c. 2573. c. 2573. Tai Yuntian also knew that Qin Xiang was here. He had previously came down via his city, Lord's mansion. City Lord Tai, I just stepped into the Tao profound realm. There is a question I don't understand. Qin Xiang said. Tai Yuntian was busy working on the array disk. Because he noticed that the spirit qi in the city had decreased a little, he came down to take a look. He did not know that it was because Qin Xiang had used the time formation, so Hualin did not tell him. Is the Tao profound door unable to open it? Tai Yuntian chuckled. Many kids who have just stepped into the Tao profound realm will be troubled by this problem. Yes. Qin Xiang hurriedly nodded. He did not expect the others to do the same. This is a normal thing. Using numbers, when the Tao profound door was completely opened, it was equivalent to 100. But many of the times that I stepped into the Tao profound realm, it was only about the size of a small hole. If it was a bit more powerful, there would be 5 of these. Tai Yuntian laughed. Of course, if it's an earthly beast. Go and ask your brother. Hualin stood at the side and said with curled lips, I can open 50. This is the advantage of us beastinates. Qin Xiang was shocked. He felt that he was only 10 years old now, but Hualin was 10 times bigger than him. Then how can I make it bigger? Qin Xiang asked, Am I this young in this life? It can be said that it's true that it's not true. Some people only have how big they are when they step into the Tao profound realm. So when it comes to the Tao profound realm, it's not like there are none who can defeat those who are at the 5th or 6th stage of the profound realm. The main reason is that the difference in strength between Tao profound Doras is just too great. Tai Yuntian said. Qin Xiang was around 10 years old, and the Tao profound door was around 100. But the power that Qin Xiang felt was extremely strong. If he could open it to 100, wouldn't that be even stronger? Tai Yuntian continued. Generally speaking, the opening of Tao profound door is related to the body. For example, beasts like your brother, because of the strong body, the opening of the body is very big. During the Tao profound realm, it is very difficult for humans to deal with beasts. Qin Xiang now understood why Du Shaoling said that the beasts in the beast wasteland were strong. If it was the Tao profound realm, the beasts were stronger than humans. Is it just flesh? If you increase your physical body later on, you'll be able to open it even more, right? Qin Xiang asked. That's right. Actually, this is also self-protection. If your physical body was weak, but had a wide opening, do you think your body would be able to withstand such a powerful strength? Tai Yuntian said, Many people will be unable to increase their Tao profound door's growth in their entire lives, mainly because their physical bodies have yet to reach the stage of cultivation. The bigger the Tao profound door, the more Tao energy he could absorb in one try. It has to be said that the Tao profound door could increase the amount of Tao energy he absorbed by more than 10 times. So if his body could not take it, and the Tao profound door opened up much more, his body would definitely explode. City Lord Tai, then how can you cultivate the Tao profound realm so quickly? Do you have any skills? Qin Xiang asked again. The technique. The Tao profound realm is mainly meant to open the gate. To open the tenfold door is already considered to be the great perfection stage. Since you have already opened the first door, then how do you plan on opening the second door? Generally speaking, the first layer of doors are bestowed by the heavens, and the second layer of doors are created by themselves and then opened again. Tai Yuntian said. Door building? Qin Xiang did not understand. Tai Yuntian shook his head. Young man, I cannot rush this. It is not easy to create a sect. The most basic of it is to be stable. Especially the few most basic gates, if they are unstable, the powerful force produced by the continuous absorption of Tao energy from the tenfold door can destroy the entire Tao profound door. This kind of thing happens every now and then. Qin Xiang was in a rush to obtain power, so he wanted to reach tenfold door in a year. Only then would he have more power when he went to save Huang Jintian. The main way to build your sect is through your own Tao energy and the power of law. You can use that to create it, and then use the power of law that you have absorbed to create it. And Black Hair's human is afraid of profound Tao power. If you can use enough profound Tao power to build your own sect, at that time, it would be like needing ants in Black Hair's human. Tai Yuntian laughed. Right now, I am modifying the Tao profound door and using it as the means to condense the profound Tao power. Was pleasantly surprised by this. As long as he could concoct a pill that could help him quickly obtain Tao energy, he would be able to cultivate the Tao profound door quickly and steadily. He also had a way to completely open the Tao profound door, which was to cultivate the body. He had a lot of medicinal ingredients that could strengthen the body. Immediately, there were Emperor Blood Ginseng and the Tao Dragon Emperor Jure. SS. These were all Emperor stage medicinal ingredients to strengthen the body. I want to completely open all the Tao profound doors, and every single one of them too. Chen Xiang was determined to accomplish this within a year, and the reason why he was so confident was because he was an alchemist. Previously, the Emperor Blood Ginseng and the GRA S had already started growing together with the Jiang earthly fruit. Right now, I will first cultivate my physical body to the point where I can fully open the Tao profound door. After that, I will refine the 9 Yang Dai profound fruit and use the power of law and Jiang Dao power to cultivate to the second stage of Tao profound door. Qin Xiang already had a plan. If he were to use his own Tao energy to cultivate it, it would take a very long time. However, if he were to use the 9 Yang Emperor profound core together, he would definitely be able to use it very quickly. If he couldn't, he would have to use the crash method to refine the high-quality Emperor profound pills. This was all for saving Huang Jintian a year later. And when that time came, the enemies he would face would be extremely strong. Elder sister Shaoling said that if you refine the Emperor Blood Ginseng along with the Tao, Dragon, Earth, GRA, you will be able to refine a Tao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan. He also said that the Tao Ji D gold body should be used to cultivate a Tao Ji D gold body because the body is very strong and the Tao sovereign needs to cultivate in order to become a Tao Ji D. Qin Xiang looked at the huge Emperor Blood Ginseng and the ox-like GRA. Forget it, let's just refine it first. In any case, we won't die from eating it. Right now, it was impossible for Chen Xiang to run back and ask Du Shaoling. His instincts told him that these 2 herbs could be used to strengthen his body. The Tao profound door could only open it a little, which was a very painful thing for Chen Xiang, so he had to open it completely. Even if he could open 50% of it like the heavenly beast, he was still unwilling. I could even deal with the 4 crash, and the 9 Yang Emperor profound core is also very easy to deal with. So this Tao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan shouldn't be too difficult. Chen Xiang was planning to become even more crazy now. No matter what pill he refined, he would need to use the crash method because there were not many herbs available to him right now. If DJ Dan can execute 1 or 2 stages, their quality will increase by a lot, and if DJ Dan can fight it off, the explosive power will definitely be greater. Qin Xiang was not considering whether he could refine Tao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, but whether he could successfully complete the charge. I can only give it a try. Qin Xiang took out Ju Qian Danding S and Chuang's HI plus G, D Furnace S. First, use the Chuang's HI plus G, D Furnace to refine it. After refining it, use the spatial energy to transfer the Ju Qian Dan Ding to the sublimation refining method. Chen Xiang looked at these 2 things and felt a little helpless in his heart. He really hoped that the 2 things could be fused together and he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Just as he had that thought, the surface of the Chuang's HI plus G, D Furnace suddenly rippled like a wave, and the Ju Qian Danding beside was suddenly sucked in, merging with the Chuang's HI plus G, D Furnace. Mother asterisk Kurt really fused. Chen Xiang was given a fright, but was wild with joy, as expected of a Chuang's. Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace, swallowed the Jutian Danding. C. 2574. C. 2574. Although Chen Xiang was happy, he quickly started to worry. He was worried that the Chuangs, Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace wouldn't have any effect after it swallowed the Jutian Danding. He immediately used the Chuangs, Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace to concoct a batch of low-level pellets. Only after he discovered that the quality had increased by a lot did he heave a sigh of relief. After the Chuangs, Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace swallowed the Jutian Danding. It kept the mystical effects of the Jutian Danding that could improve quality. Ibdu. With such a harvest at such a critical juncture, Chen Xiang's mood was much better, but one must know that he was extremely depressed before this. He'll definitely be able to refine a super high-quality Dao Ji. Oh, D Emperor Yuandan. Chen Xiang was very confident at the moment. On one hand, he had fused Chuangs, Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace with them, and on the other hand, he had successfully refined for Crash S many times before. The Emperor Blood Ginseng and the GRA S were put into the furnace. Chen Xiang started using all kinds of refining methods to refine it together, refining the water and fire, refining the original source refining the illusionary fire. These refining methods were all comprehended from the heavenly alchemy, and they were all similar to each other. Chen Xiang, on the other hand, was extremely familiar with these refining methods, and being able to master them thoroughly and change them during pill refining was even easier. The difficulty of refining the Emperor Blood Ginseng and the Dragon Emperor GRA S wasn't as difficult as refining the mysterious Nine-Yang Emperor Pellet. On the contrary, it was a bit easier. Therefore, Chen Xiang was also surprised when he was refining it. It was only his first time refining it, but he used a very short amount of time to refine the medicinal ingredients into a ball. Reaching this stage, he only took 6 hours, which was the equivalent of speed. He did not know if it was because of the fusion of the Chuangs, Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace and the Chuangs, Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace. But he felt that it would be more convenient to refine pills by then. It went very smoothly. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to adjust his state because he was going to undergo a very difficult stage. It was to divide that lump of medicine crystal into several BALLs and then use the crash method to refine it. This was the first time he had used an emperor-level medicinal herb in a collision, and it was also after fusing them together. This was equivalent to a middle-level emperor-level medicinal plant. Bang bang! Chen Xiang shouted in his heart as he controlled the 8 medicine crystal S to charge towards a single point from all directions. The Chuangs, Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace trembled, and the voice from inside shook the sky even more. Fortunately, Chen Xiang had controlled it well, and the violent fluctuation was blocked by his spatial energy, causing it to become weaker and weaker. One crash succeeded. Chen Xiang let out a long sigh. After going through a crash, he had a rough idea of how strong the explosion of his strength during his charge against medicinal herbs of this level was. This mid-grade Emperor Stage medicinal herb is the equivalent of the 4 crash S that I refined the Hi plus Padan previously, and it might even be a little stronger. Chen Xiang took a deep breath. If I were to refine this Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan into second crash, then it would be at least equivalent to 10 crash of the Hi plus Padan. Can I do it? Chen Xiang was hesitating on whether or not he should give it a try. If he succeeded, the quality of the Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan here could be imagined. If he succeeded, it would also mean that when he was refining Hi plus Padan or other high-grade king-level pellets, he would also be able to undergo the 10 craws. Plus, however, he didn't know if he could do it. After all, if an accident were to occur during the collision, then it might injure him. Moreover, it was something that no one had ever done before, so he didn't refer to it Forget it. I have to be confident in myself. I will definitely do it. I am a peerless pill G. OD. Qin Xiang took a few deep breaths. Even if it fails the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace can withstand it. This is something that Serpa. SES the heavenly artifact. Qin Xiang closed his eyes, breathed in rhythmically, adjusted his condition, and then merged all of the medicine crystal that had passed, said through the first crash into one. After the fusion with the crash, the quality of the medicine crystal would be very high. They have not even formed a core yet, but they have a Dan soul. Qin Xiang divided it into 8 groups, and in this period of time he had used up a lot of his energy. He had spent 3 whole days before separating. Of course, it was normal for the Dijia Dan to take a longer time than normal. Most alchemists would take around 10 to 8 years to refine their Dijia Dan, and at the fastest it would take a year and a half. Get ready. Qin Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword and did not begin the second crash. He made the heavenly magic sword transform into a huge turtle SHELL, which was the shape of the black tortoise armor. Then he made the black tortoise armor transform into a huge bucket and put the chuangs. HI plus G. Oh, D furnace in the bucket. Begin. Qin Xiang made his preparations and immediately began the second crash. Boo! Oh. The black tortoise armor trembled violently in the chuangs. HI plus G. Oh, D furnace was scattered in all directions by the shock, overflowing with a burst of extremely berserk flames. And the moment Qin Xiang collided with it, the divine sense C felt as if it was about to shatter into pieces. I have to persevere. Qin Xiang fiercely bit the tip of his tongue to keep himself awake. At this moment he had also recovered, but very slowly. After more than 2 hours, the scene before Qin Xiang's eyes slowly became clear. It's finally done. Qin Xiang looked at the black tortoise armor that had turned into a vat, then looked at chuangs. HI plus G. Oh, D furnace. But they did not have any traces of damage, which made him feel more at ease, and he was worried that it would break. It was at this time that he paid attention to the interior of the chuangs. HI plus G. Oh, D furnace. What he found inconceivable was that the medicine crystal had actually turned into a kind of white-yellow gas. What's going on? Qin Xiang was extremely shocked. Logically speaking, this should be a crystal. Even if it was inferior, it should be a liquid. Qin Xiang suddenly remembered something. The heavenly alchemy had introduced this to him before. Once it reached a certain point, the ingredients could be refined into a very unique form. It's not a gas, it's spiritual body. Qin Xiang remembered the introduction inside the heavenly alchemy. He did not know what was going on, but it was definitely stronger than the crystal form from before. After all, it had been refined using the second crash. Come out and try it out. Just as Qin Xiang was about to condense the pellet, he realized that he was a little weak and had no choice but to rest for 4 hours to recover. After resting, Qin Xiang had recovered a lot and already had enough strength to condense the pill. He was looking forward to what kind of pill he would condense. He has already turned into a spirit body. Don't tell me that he can really refine the pill into a human from now on. When Qin Xiang thought about this, he could not help but start fantasizing. He felt that this was very possible. He had originally thought that condensing a pill would be extremely difficult, but he did not expect it to be so easy. This caused him to be very surprised. Could it be that the pill-forming process will make it easier? Qin Xiang thought he did not know if other alchemists could do this, but he had never heard of it before. C. 2575. C. 2575. The process of condensing the pellet was very easy and quick. It was completed in just an hour. This was outside of Qin Xiang's expectations, and the time he used to refine the 9-yang Emperor Profound Core wasn't even an hour's worth of condensing pellets. Could it be that it's easy to condense a pill after reaching the peak of pill refining, Or is it because of the medicinal strength that transforms into spirit? Chun Xiang asked himself, but there was no answer because there were not many people that could reach this realm, and he was one of them. He felt that if he wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the medicinal effects of the state, he would have to go to the divine wasteland to know. There would definitely be an even stronger alchemist there. The condensing of the pill was completed. It was a gold-red pill, and it looked very ordinary. There was no very bright glow, nor was there a very rich medicinal aroma. It was very simple and unadorned. Could it be that this is returning to its original nature? It seems like this pellet has already reached a certain level. This pellet was personally refined by Chun Xiang himself, and although the process wasn't long, it was extremely difficult, and he had almost been injured. During the second crash, it placed a huge burden on his divine sense C, and if he wasn't able to withstand the power at that time, his divine sense C would have received heavy injuries. The Dao Ji D Emperor Yuan Dan mainly cultivated the Dao Ji D gold body, which Qin Xiang had not eaten before, but this Dao Ji D Emperor Yuan Dan was actually very special. Qin Xiang thought that it should be at the upper level of the Emperor stage, and the quality would definitely be a lot higher than those high-level Emperor stage pellets. Let's eat it and see. Hopefully, no more life-threatening incidents will occur. Qin Xiang obviously knew how terrifying the medicinal power of this pellet was. Earlier, when he ate the S, H, I, plus Padan of the 4 Crash S, he was pushed to his limits, let alone someone of this level. However, after Qin Xiang consumed the pellet, he also felt very surprised. This was not what he expected happened with an extremely berserk situation, but now it was extremely gentle. The medicinal strength flowed in his body in a rhythmic manner, using a suitable speed and the amount of energy to nourish his muscles, bones and muscles, and strengthening his body. Even though Qin Xiang had consumed the pellet, the medicinal power did not burst out abruptly. Instead, it orderly exuded many medicinal powers from within his dantian and automatically circulated within his body's limbs and bones. Furthermore, it did not need Qin Xiang to intentionally refine it, as it could penetrate into Qin Xiang's body to the limit. Awesome! Qin Xiang could not help but exclaim, "Is this the spirit transforming pill? What's that called?" "I think the spirit Ji." "Oh, D pill is stronger than the D Jiadan." Qin Xiang thought for a while, then gave a name for this pill. "In the future, I will have to try other low-leveled herbs and see if I can make a spirit soul out of this." Qin Xiang realized that the speed at which the Dao Ji D Emperor Yuan Dan refined itself into his body was much faster than when he channeled his energy to refine it. Furthermore, during the refining process, he could do other things as well. If they were together, he would only be able to use the fastest speed to focus on refining it, but right now he didn't need it. If I were to use the 3 Crash, the medicinal power would definitely be stronger, but my current strength is still not enough. Qin Xiang sighed helplessly. At this point in time, he knew that there was no limit to the quality of medicinal pellets he could raise while he was refining pills. He could constantly make breakthroughs, especially when he was using the Crash method. What exactly is the Dao Ji D gold body? I wonder if I can cultivate it now. Qin Xiang now took out the medicinal ingredients for the 9-Yang Emperor Profound Core. Although the Dao Ji D Emperor Yuan Dan could refine it on its own at a very fast speed, it still required a very long time. After all, that level of pellet contained a lot of medicinal power. But right now, time was very important to Qin Xiang. He had to hurry up and refine pills. I wonder if this Emperor Profound Core can become a divine, spiritual pill after cultivating the 2nd Crash. Qin Xiang did indeed have plans to refine the 9-Yang Emperor Profound Core into the 2nd Crash. In order to condense the Tao Profound Door, he needed more and more Dao energy. He did not have enough Dao energy at the moment, but he could make up for it with other types of Dao energy, such as the Dao energy provided by pills. The Emperor Profound Core could provide a lot of Jiang Dao power, which was a type of power that had a lot of destructive power to black hair's human. Furthermore, after going through the Tao Profound Door, the increase in power would be even greater than normal Tao power. He felt that he could use the 9-Yang Emperor Profound Core to quickly create a Tao Profound Door and cultivate to tenfold door within a year. In addition, he also needed to crazily strengthen his physical body so that he could completely open every single Tao Profound Door. Only by doing this would he be able to obtain sufficient strength. Right now, his Tao Profound Door could only reach 10, but his power was already very strong. If he could reach 100, then his power would increase by at least 10 times. If it was the same first stage of Tao Profound Realm, other people's Tao Profound Door would only have opened up 5 points, but he had another 100. He could squash his opponent with one finger, and that was the difference. At this time, Chen Xiang could also clearly feel his body being strengthened under the Tao Ji. D Emperor Yuan Dan's medicinal power. To be able to make him feel his own body being strengthened faster, it could be seen how powerful the effects of this pellet were. With his previous 2 stages of refining Tao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, Chen Xiang would definitely not have it as tough as last time when he was refining the Emperor Profound Core. His endurance had been acesiu, mulat bit by bit. If he had refined a few more batches, then the situation wouldn't have happened in the future. The 9-Yang Emperor Profound Core was already a complete crash, so the process of colliding with it was nothing to Chen Xiang, but it was obvious that it had improved by a lot. Second stage, this is the most difficult stage. As long as you can cross it, Chen Xiang's heart was filled with anticipation. His mood was not as heavy as before, because at this moment he had already eaten the sweetness of the spirit Ji, D pellet that the second crash had refined. Bang bang! Chen Xiang controlled the 8 medicine crystal S to fiercely clash against each other. The moment they collided, the sound was still extremely loud. Chen Xiang was also shaken by the impact of the collision. Then his head felt like it was about to split open as he let out an angry roar. He was awake from the beginning to the end, and he saw the process of the collision. When it collided with the medicine crystal, the medicinal force produced a very quick change. When the medicine crystal shattered, under the strong pressure, the inner strength of the medicine crystal rose greatly, turning into a spirit body. Therefore, the medicine spirit body that Chen Xiang saw was the same as the Tao Ji. D Emperor Yuan Dan's, they were all yellow-white. Success, core formation. Chen Xiang was overjoyed. He knew that after reaching this step, he would almost succeed. An hour had passed, and the Emperor Profound pellet refined from the second crash had been successfully refined. From start to finish, it had taken him 2 days and 2 nights, but it wasn't too long. While he was refining the pill, his body had unknowingly changed. He did not notice it previously, but now he suddenly realized it. C. 2576. C. 2576. After Chen Xiang finished concocting this pill, he went to inspect his body and discovered that there were traces of faint golden-colored fog within his muscles, bones, and muscles. He did not know what it was. My strength is too great. Chen Xiang took out an extremely STU, dy or pinched it and immediately crushed it. I have to go out and ask City Lord Tai. At this time, Chen Xiang had already refined the Tao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, which was why his body had undergone such a huge change. He felt that if he spat out blood, his blood would definitely contain that kind of golden mist. Walking out of the time formation, Chen Xiang saw Tai Yuntian. Tai Yuntian was also training below because the Tao Qi was extremely dense and he was not training himself, but refining a few weapons. He had infused a dense, profound Tao power into these weapons. When dealing with the Black Hairs human, their destructive power would increase even more. City Lord Tai, have you heard of the Tao Ji, a gold body? Chen Xiang asked. I've heard of it. Why are you asking this? This realm is still far from yours. Even I would only think about it occasionally. Tai Yuntian said, I'm just curious. Can you tell me more? Chen Xiang asked. He had only heard Du Shaoling say before that it was to become a Dao Ji, D that one needed to cultivate. Literally speaking, it's a body of a Dao Ji, D. That's why it's called the Dao Ji, D gold body. This is what is needed to become a Dao Ji, D. Tai Yintan said, "Currently I am only at the 6th stage and have yet to reach the 10th stage, so I do not need to cultivate Dao Ji, D gold body." City Lord Tai, what happens to the Dao Ji, D gold body generally? How powerful is it? Is it different from our normal bodies? Chun Xiang asked again, because he still did not know what the golden mist within his muscles and bones was. I only heard about it. Tai Yintian thought for a while, then said, "It is said that after cultivating the Dao Ji D gold body, the bones and muscles will all be golden. Of course the skin will not change. And this kind of golden energy is called the limitless Dao energy. This kind of limitless Dao energy is as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. Yet the Dao Ji D gold body contains countless threads, so your strength can be imagined." Chun Xiang was secretly surprised. He did not know if the golden mist in his body was the boundless Dao energy. He planned to go back and try it out later. So that's how it is. It seems that after becoming a Dao Ji D, one's power will become extremely terrifying. With just a sliver of boundless Dao energy, one will be able to gain such terrifying power. Chun Xiang said, "Yes, legend has it that the great battle of the Dao Ji, DS, when one's finger lands on a world, can shatter that world." Tai Yintian laughed. After Chun Xiang cleared up his doubts, he returned to the time formation and took out an iron plate. After that, he released a strand of golden-colored mist from his body. What surprised him was that after the mist left his body, he actually controlled it as he pleased. When he controlled the mist to descend onto the metal plate, he saw that the surface of the metal plate suddenly had a dent. Seeing the dent, Chun Xiang's heart trembled. He was overjoyed he was able to cultivate the everlasting Dao Qi, but he guessed that the temperature of the everlasting Dao Qi was not high enough because his body was not Dao Ji, D gold body. Chun Xiang then tried to open up the Tao profound door and discovered that he could open it much larger. He had been at the top 10 previously, but he was still at the bottom 50 now. "I want to open 100. Chun Xiang had originally planned to eat the 9-yang Emperor Profound Core, but seeing that the Tao Profound Door was not fully opened, he continued to cultivate his body. After going through a series of practices, Chun Xiang was certain that the Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, could strengthen his body and could also increase it a lot faster, so he still had to refine more Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan. After 2 days, he refined another pellet. After eating it, he rested for a while, recovered his spirit, and continued refining Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan. Now that he could refine one pill every 2 days, the speed of this pill could be described as fast as lightning. After another 2 days, the Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, he refined for the second crash to come out of the spirit Ji, D realm. The one he had eaten previously had already been refined by himself. What? It can only open 5. Was extremely shocked. Previously, when he ate a Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, he would only open his mouth from 10 to 50, but now it was only from 10 to 55. Looks like after 50, it'll be extremely difficult. Chun Xiang guessed. Could it be that I have to cultivate the Dao Ji, D gold body before I can completely open the Tao profound door? Oh, right, maybe after I can completely open it now, I can open it in the future as well. Chun Xiang did not eat the Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan he had just refined, but instead ate the 9-yang Emperor Profound Core, as he wanted to cultivate the second stage of the sect. Only by cultivating the second Tao Profound Door would he be able to see if the second sect was the same. After consuming the 9-yang Emperor Profound Core that had a spirit Ji, D, the medicinal power automatically refined, and at the same time Chun Xiang continued to refine the pellet, he was still refining the Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan this time, because he still needed to continuously strengthen his fleshly body to open the Tao Profound Door. This 9-yang Emperor Profound Core with a Spirit G. Oh, D was a bit more special and had been refined for a relatively long time. After Qinxiang spent 2 days to refine one Dao Ji. Oh, D Emperor Yuandan, he had not finished refining it. Can a single grain form the Tao Profound Door? At this time, Qinxiang did not refine any pellets, but decided to make a move inside the Divine Sensi. Currently, there were 2 enormous circles of light superimposed on his Divine Sensi. These were the 2 great Tao Profound Door S. He had controlled the 2 great Tao Profound Door S to open it, and discovered that the first layer could open 55 of them, while the second one could only open 45. The opening to the second stage was not 55, which was different from Qinxiang's previous predictions. From the looks of it, I can only cultivate to tenfold door first, then my body. I have to open up every stage of Tao Profound Door. Qinxiang clenched his fists tightly, and then concentrated on refining the Emperor Profound Core. Eating the 9-yang Emperor Profound pills refined from the second crash meant that the speed at which one cultivated the Tao Profound Door was relatively fast. However, it was extremely difficult to open the Tao Profound Door completely, as that required unceasingly strengthening of the body. Qinxiang had that kind of special Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuandan, but to completely open the Tao Profound Door was already very difficult, let alone others. It was no wonder that many people would not waste time on it, because for many people it was an extremely difficult task. But Qinxiang did not think so, because he had already leveled up from 10 points to 55 points. 1 year's time should be enough. Qinxiang felt that he had plenty of time. He just did not know how strong his body would become if he were to fully open the 10th Tao Profound Door. If he could really do it, he felt that he would have the chance to win, even if he faced a person at the 10th stage of the Dao S, HI plus realm. C. 2577. C. 2577 Qinxiang had heard that it was extremely difficult to step into the Dao Ji, D stage. Once one stepped into it, one would have sufficient strength to head towards the divine wasteland, and entering the Dao Ji, D stage requires one to cultivate a Dao Ji, D gold body. After half a year, Qinxiang had already cultivated up to the 10th stage of Tao Profound Door, but the progress of these 10 stages wasn't very big. The first stage was the 55th stage, and the 10th stage was only the 5th stage. Qinxiang felt that if he wanted to expand the tenfold door to its maximum, he would need to cultivate Dao Ji, D gold body. He did not know if he could actually cultivate it, since that was something that many Dao sovereigns were trying very hard to do. Ibdu, the elder sister, Xiao Ling, seems to be a cultivator of the Dao. I wonder how her Tao Profound Door is doing. Qinxiang looked at the medicinal herbs grown in the Yao Mountain Villa. Since Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin were not around, he could only plant them himself. Previously, he had refined the Emperor Profound pills to cultivate in the Tao Profound Door, so those Tao Profound Doors of his carried an extremely rich Juyang Dao power. Now he was going to refine a large number of Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuandan, to cultivate his flesh and blood. Qinxiang refined a Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuandan, and after eating it, he started to refine it. He didn't know how many pills he needed to eat, and currently he only had half a year left, which was a little tight for him, and he used half a year's time to open the tenfold door. Of course, compared to before, his strength had increased by a lot. Big brother, can you hear me? Huilin suddenly shouted. Qinxiang was still concocting pills, so he couldn't leave. He could only wait until after he was done concocting before leaving. After 2 days, Qinxiang was finally able to refine a Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuandan. He anxiously walked out of the array and saw Huilin outside, looking somewhat anxious. What is it? Qinxiang asked. Oh no, this place of mine is in danger. Huilin's expression became serious. Just now, the Earth's core divine spirit sent a sound transmission to me. He told me that when the time comes, the black hairs human would occupy this place of mine. What? black hairs human can come here? Qin Xiang was also very surprised and worried. These B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S black hairs human-s, they actually came here. Brother, what do you think I should do? Hualin asked. Are those black hairs human-s really that powerful? Does City Lord Tai know? Qin Xiang asked. I know, I've already told him. He's already thinking of another way. He said that he'll see if he can help me defend the core. Hualin was extremely anxious. Previously, he thought that he would be able to sleep peacefully while hiding in the center of the earth. He never expected that the danger in black hairs human would also affect him here. Hualin, don't worry, this place will at most be occupied by them. Qin Xiang pressed both of his hands on Hualin's shoulders. I can only tell you this. I don't have enough strength to deal with black hairs human right now. But I guarantee that I will definitely kill them in the future. You'd better go to the surface. Don't you dare go against those black hairs human-s by yourself. Their strength is really terrifying. Even Iron City Lord wouldn't be able to fight against them. Qin Xiang understood black hairs human's strength very well. Even though Hualin was also very strong, facing so many terrifying black hairs human, he was definitely unable to resist. Yes, Earth's core divine spirit said that they would be here in at most 10 days. Hualin said, Big brother, don't stay inside for so long. They will be here very soon. I got it. Qin Xiang nodded his head. Right now, he could at most obtain 2 months' worth of time through the time formation. There are still 15 days until the deadline to save Huang Jintian. I'll find my wife first, then take her to the surface. Hualin could only listen to Qin Xiang now. In the face of the black hairs human, he could only ally himself with the humans. Okay, when I go out, I will bring you guys to the Heavenly Dragon City. There is a group of extremely powerful divine beasts there as well, so you won't be lonely there. Qin Xiang laughed and patted Hualin's shoulders. Back then, all Beast Divine Lord brought a large group of divine beasts with him, and now he is also inside Heavenly Dragon City. Chi-S, H-I plus White Tiger and the other 4 great divine beasts are all inside. When Qin Xiang returned to the time formation, everything happened too suddenly, and he was running out of time. His original goal was to completely open the tenfold door, and now with only 2 months, he didn't know if he could succeed or not. Seems like I can only proceed with the 3 craws. H. Plus, Qin Xiang took out a portion of Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan's medicinal ingredients. Previously, he had always used the second crash, and he was already very familiar with it. This was also related to his continuous breakthroughs. At that time, he was only at the first stage of the Tao Profound Realm after all, and now that he had cultivated to the 10th stage of the Tao Profound Door, he was already at the 10th stage of the Tao Profound Realm. Furthermore, his physical body was much stronger than before as well. Qin Xiang also did not expect that he would need to start the 3 crashes so soon. Of course, when refining Wanjidan, he could already create 10 crash S or even higher, but now that he was refining mid-grade Emperor Stage pellets, and the kind that was extremely powerful, 3 crash S could be said to be extremely difficult. Now, even if it was difficult, he still had to face it and overcome it. This was the way he had come. At this time, he had already started refining the Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, and in 2 days of time, he had completed 2 crash S. Now he was preparing to start 3 crash S. He did not know how strong it would be. 3 craws. H. Plus, Qin Xiang clenched his teeth, controlling the 8 Ma. SES of spirit bodies to be separated by him, and at the same time, channeling the powerful force of the Tao out from the tenfold door, using it as a pus. HI, plussing force, attaching it to the 8 Ma. SES of spirit bodies, forming a powerful force. Boo! Although the impact was more intense, it was not as frightening as Qin Xiang had imagined. However, a sudden pain in his head made him faint. Even before he fainted, he found it hard to understand, because that pain was very special. Qin Xiang fainted for 2 days. When he slowly opened his eyes, he suddenly jumped and anxiously looked inside the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace, discovering there was a ball of purple mist. It's still in the spirit body state. It hasn't dispersed. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. What exactly happened? He actually fainted just like that. When he was using the 3 crash, although he had its own explosive power, it was not as strong as before, and was much smaller than when he was using the 2nd crash. After all, it was a collision between spirit bodies, unlike the clash of spirit bodies previously, which caused the explosive power to be much weaker. But Qin Xiang fainted. A purple spirit body? Could it be the innate purple qi? Heavenly Alchemy mentioned before that this is a very special type of spirit body. Qin Xiang suddenly frowned and recalled the contents within the Heavenly Alchemy. He wanted to look through the specific contents of this innate purple qi. See 2578. See 2578 very quickly. Qin Xiang found some information about innate purple qi. After reading carefully, he was ecstatic because innate purple qi was a type of energy that was beneficial to the strengthening of the soul. Not only does one have to cultivate Dao Ji, D gold body, one has to also cultivate Dao Ji, D soul at the Dao Ji, D stage. It should be said that it is something that can strengthen the soul and become a Dao Ji, D soul. It is said that it is something that is as strong as the physical body and even more difficult to cultivate than the Dao Ji, D gold body. This was what Qin Xiang saw from the Heavenly Alchemy. At this moment, he also felt that it was very strange, as there seemed to be more content inside the Heavenly Alchemy, which he had never seen before. For example, he had not seen the content just now, but he had just seen it. Could it be that the Heavenly Alchemy will increase along with my cultivation and then slowly gain more knowledge? This is truly strange. Qin Xiang exclaimed in his heart. Could it be that there will be even more in the future? Now that he knew the uses of the upper sky purple qi, it was of great help to him. Following that, he continued to refine Dao Ji. D Emperor Yuan Dan S. Currently, the innate purple qi surrounding the medicinal spirit body was constantly strengthening the medicinal spirit body. So after the pellet was formed, its effect would definitely be even stronger. The process of condensing the pellet was the same as before. It was very easy as long as it was a medicinal spirit body. It would be much easier to condense the pellet. This was the experience that Qin Xiang had gathered. The condensed pill was purple in color and contained a lot of innate purple spiritual energy. He could not wait to eat it. Just like what the 2 crash S refined before, it can refine its own medicinal strength. Qin Xiang closed his eyes and could feel the medicinal power circulating within his body. He quickly determined that the effects of this pellet were much stronger than the ones before. Innate purple energy is indeed mysterious. It follows the medicinal energy into my body and can even enter my divine sense C, find my soul, and strengthen it. At this rate, it won't be long before I can completely open the 10th Tao profound door. There were less than 2 months left. Qin Xiang did not go to refine pills like before because he had to wait to refine this pill, or else he would faint again. If he refined this pill, then he would become much stronger and he would not faint again. It took 3 days to refine, but he felt very refreshed and energetic. My fleshly body is a little stronger. I think after eating 20 to 30 more, I will be able to completely open Tao profound door. Although he didn't have much time left, Qin Xiang was confident that he could reach his goal within a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, 2 months, Pa said. The 10th stage of Tao profound door has been completely opened. Qin Xiang closed his eyes and looked at the 10 stages of the Tao profound door that were completely opened. Then he channeled his Tao energy to Pa S, the 10th stage of the Tao profound door. Tao profound door was created using the Juyang Dao power, so when it Pa S, SES, it becomes a very strong Juyang Dao power, and then through the 9 Yang mysterious Dao heart, the Juyang Dao power becomes even more terrifying. Chen Xiang only gently waved his hand, and a gold gale rushed out. It has already transformed into a true divine art. This is the mysterious Nine-Yang Dao Dipper. Chen Xiang took a deep breath. The opening of the 10th stage of the Tao Profound Door had caused his strength to reach an unimaginable level. He felt that dealing with the Dao sect would not be difficult. Dao Shi plus realm and the Dao Zong realm, they should both be built on the foundation of the Dao Profound realm, and with my Dao Profound realm being so solid, I should be able to quickly cross over these two realms. Chen Xiang thought, of course, he wasn't very clear about Dao Hi plus realm S, but he felt that it wasn't very clear either. When Chen Xiang walked out of the time formation, he was already no longer in place, but the moment he walked out, he could feel the unique evil chi of the Black Hare's human. This is the Black Hare's human from the Devil Wasteland. Could it be that they have already found a way to enter the core of the earth in the Devil Wasteland? Chen Xiang could sense the weak aura of the Black Hare's human in this core of the earth. Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family is helping us from the back. It shouldn't be hard for her to find the core of the earth. What exactly are they doing in there? Chen Xiang used the counterpower to make himself invisible. If it was before, the Black Hare's human would also be able to see that he was using the counterpower, but it was different now. The power that his counterpower was releasing from the Tao Profound Door was many times stronger than before, and it wouldn't be discovered so easily. This was Hua Lin's territory. It was a small secret realm, and it was very comfortable in the center of the earth. Furthermore, being able to absorb the energy in the earth's core was a treasure land to Chen Xiang. But right now, Hua Lin could only choose to give up this good place as he was forced to. Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family should know about the existence of this place. That's why they let the Black Hare's human come and take it away. If this is a place for Black Hare's human to cultivate in, then wouldn't that make their lives very comfortable? Chen Xiang came to a very precise place in the secret realm. There were indeed many Black Hare's human here, and they were all sitting cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the Dao Qi inside. There's about 30 million, and Black Hare's human are still coming in. Chen Xiang frowned. He was currently invisible in the sky, and the Black Hare's human was unable to detect him. If you want to cultivate here, you won't even have the chance. Chen Xiang was infuriated. He circulated a burst of spatial energy, and it surged out from the Tao Profound Door that had opened all 10 of his stages. The moment this wave of spatial energy said through the 10 levels of Tao Profound Door, the small secret realm in the center of the land started to tremble. It was mainly because the spatial energy released by Chen Xiang was too terrifying. The small secret realm was also created using spatial energy, but the spatial energy released by Chen Xiang was much stronger than the spatial energy used to create the small secret realm. Break for me! Chen Xiang roared, his hands moving in a pulling motion as a huge crack appeared on the surface of the small secret realm. Break! Chen Xiang let out a stuffy groan, and a violent burst of spatial energy was used on his body. At this time, multiple Black Hare's human charged towards Chen Xiang. However, the small secret realm suddenly shattered in the midst of violent shaking. Large amounts of core fire liquid gushed in and completely submerged this place in just a few blinks of an eye. And Chen Xiang had directly teleported to the city on the ground. At this moment, the entire profound wasteland was shaking violently. This was because Chen Xiang's movements earlier were too big. This feeling sure is King amazing. Chen Xiang thought back to how he was able to tear apart the secret realm created by the divine spirit with a few blows just now. The power that a fully open tenfold door could transform into was just that terrifying. And the reason why he could make a 10th layer Tao Profound Door completely open was because his body was very strong and could withstand the power that a fully opened tenfold door could transform into. Just that, although his body was strong, it was not as strong as the Dao Ji, the gold body he expected, but the infinite qi in his body was growing stronger and stronger. His muscles and bones were all a faint gold color, and he guessed that only when he turned pure gold would he be able to cultivate the Dao Ji, the gold body. Big brother, what's going on down there? Hualin was in the courtyard inside the city, Lord's mansion, and upon seeing Chen Xiang suddenly appear, he anxiously asked, "C. 2579. C. 2579." Hualin was worried about Chen Xiang previously, worried that the black hairs human would come, but Chen Xiang was still training inside the time formation. Those fellows have already occupied your small secret realm. There are many powerful transmission master S within the black hairs human. It should be these transmission master S who teleported many black hairs human S to your small secret realm. Chun Xiang said, "These be ASTARDS." When Hualin thought about how his own Qilin Hall was taken over by those things, he felt extremely displeased and couldn't help but curse angrily. Chen Xiang suddenly laughed and patted Chen Xiang's shoulders. "Big brother, what are you laughing about?" Hualin curled his lips. "I don't even have a home anymore. What are you laughing for?" "Because when I came out of seclusion, I accidentally destroyed that small secret realm of yours. Those tens of millions of black hairs human inside should be submerged in the core fire essence right now." Chun Xiang laughed. "Really?" Hualin didn't dare believe it. If he was, he would be even happier. He would rather have his own small secret realm destroyed than be taken over by the black hairs human. "Of course it's true. Your elder brother is very strong right now." Chun Xiang laughed. "How strong is it?" Hualin had a large number of Chun Xiang's 10 stages of Dao Profound Realm. Chun Xiang said, "Hualin, what's your cultivation level now?" "Right now, I am in the 10th stage of the Dao sect, and you are only in the 10th stage of the Dao Profound Realm." Hualin looked down at his body with slight disdain. Chun Xiang smiled faintly and then opened his palm. Traces of golden mist leaked out from his palm, and this mist gradually condensed into a ball of air. As they condensed, the entire city Lord's mansion began to shake violently. "Big brother, stop!" Hualin screamed in shock and fear. Chun Xiang had only condensed such a ball of air in his palm, but it seemed as if the sky had fallen and the earth had crumbled. Chun Xiang anxiously stopped his cultivation, and at the same time, Tai Yuntian also rushed over and looked at Chun Xiang in shock. What a terrifying, profound Tao power! Who let them out just now? Tai Yuntian looked at Hualin, whose hair had been blown around randomly by the wind. At this time, Hualin's face was still filled with astonishment, and he had not even reacted to it. Tai Yuntian already knew that Chun Xiang released this. "Iron City Lord, I'll give it to you." Chun Xiang handed over a 9-yang Emperor Profound Core to Chun Xiang. This had Pa S said through the second crash, and the reason he did so was so that Tai Yuntian could trust him more in the future. Although Tai Yuntian was a Dao sovereign, he was extremely shocked by the Jiang Dao power that Chen Xiang had just released. Now, looking at the pellet in his hand, he seemed to have understood something. He knew that Chen Xiang was an extremely powerful alchemist from the beginning, but he never thought that he would be powerful to this extent. "Hualin, call your wife over. I will bring you to Heavenly Dragon City." Chun Xiang patted the terrified Hualin. "I'll go now." Hualin was very excited. After all, his big brother was so powerful. Tai Yuntian said as his brows knitted, "Chun Xiang, could it be that you have completely opened the first stage of Tao Profound Door?" Chun Xiang nodded his head. Tai Yuntian also thought that he had only opened a single door, but in reality, Chun Xiang had completely opened it. When he displayed his power to Hualin earlier, he had only used a single door. "City Lord Tai, if the barrier is to be opened, ask Brother Tai to contact the City Lord. I think it's better if everyone join hands with the black hairs human, and the matter regarding the black hair's human isn't that simple. Chun Xiang said, I got it. Tai Xiong already told me about the heavenly dragon city. Tai Yuntian also knew that the barrier would soon be opened and that this was his final plan for the future. Hualin brought his shy wife over and let them enter the 6 realms mirrors. Then, with a teleportation, they arrived outside the heavenly dragon city. Hualin just entered the city. They will welcome you. Chun Xiang patted Hualin and laughed. I still have some important things to do, so I won't be accompanying you in. Chun Xiang watched as Hualin entered the city, then teleported in one direction. He wanted to save Huang Jintian. It's time for the evil undead divine race to disappear from this world. It's enough to have the undead divine race inside the heavenly dragon city. As for the evil spirit race, there's no need to exist at all. Chun Xiang's expression was cold as he continuously teleported more than 10 times, arriving at a place where the Dao Qi was thin. This place was still the new 8 wastelands, but it was very far away from the heavenly dragon city. They've built cities here too, and they're huge. Chun Xiang was a little surprised. He then teleported to the city gate and saw the words Immortal City written on top of the city gate. Huang Yantian had told him before, to come to this place, one had to listen to orders. If he sneaked in and was discovered, Huang Jintian would be killed. Chun Xiang, you really came, haha. A middle-aged man walked out and laughed loudly. Where's my master? Chun Xiang asked coldly. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with us. I can guarantee that your master will be fine. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. We have already calculated it using the heaven extended method. You came alone, and only you and Huang Yantian know about this matter. It seems that the both of you are very concerned about the old madman's life and death. Cut the CR, AP. Chun Xiang looked coldly at the middle-aged man and said angrily. The middle-aged man, standing on top of the city wall, dropped a large black iron cage. The bottom and top of this cage were very thick. If you enter this cage yourself, we will naturally take you to see your master. The middle-aged man sneered, but you have to consider it now. After entering this cage, you won't be able to turn back. Without saying a word, Chun Xiang opened the door of the black iron cage and walked in. After the iron cage's door closed, many array discs opened. Chun Xiang immediately felt an extremely strong power of SPAC around him, and he himself was suppressed by a very unique power, causing him to have difficulty releasing the power in his body. Don't make unnecessary struggles. Your master got hurt on the side of his body just because he wanted to force his way out. The middle-aged man chuckled and then waved his hand. The cage slowly flew up and into the center of the city. Chun Xiang did not attempt to charge out because he was confident that he could leave. There are more than 10 terrifying formations here. The enchantments they cast out are all very strong, so they shouldn't be able to trap me. As long as I see Master, I'll be fine. I'll plan when the time comes. Chun Xiang, who was trapped in the iron cage, along with the iron cage, was placed in a place with a large ceiling array. In the distance, a black iron cage slowly floated over, and inside it sat a wounded old man. It was Huang Jintian. Seeing Huang Jintian being tormented to such an extent, Chun Xiang was immediately enraged. Wisconsin H. I, plussing that the entire city could be burned to ashes. C. 2580. C. 2580. The iron cage that imprisoned Huang Jintian had floated to Chun Xiang's side. Although Huang Jintian's body looked to be covered in wounds, his eyes were still extremely sharp. When he saw that Chun Xiang was also imprisoned here, his old eyes suddenly became moist. Of course, he knew that Chun Xiang had come here to save him. Master, how are you? Chun Xiang asked anxiously. That be A-S-T-A-R-D Huang Yantian. He must have asked you to come. I've already warned you 1,000 times not to tell you about this. Huang Jintian was clearly clear about this matter and kept scolding Huang Yantian. It's fine, I can save you. Qin Xiang smiled at Huang Jintian. You should know my abilities. I know you little devil have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but the people here are all very powerful, and the iron cages that are sealing us right now are all very powerful, making it very difficult for us to break out of them. Huang Jintian sighed. It's been hard on you. So what if my old life is gone? In any case, I've lived for so long, and that's enough. On the other hand, brat, your life gold is very expensive, and you have so many good things on you. Qin Xiang had known Huang Jintian for more than a day or two, although the two of them often bickered their relations. I plus P was very deep. Qin Xiang would definitely not watch Huang Jintian get killed. Huang Jintian shook his head. You don't know how complicated this is. If it were just those undead divine race S, then it would be fine. But since Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family is also involved, then you have already been targeted by him. Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. Qin Xiang said those words as he clenched his fists tightly. He did not expect that Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family had already teamed up with Undead Divine Race and the others, and from the looks of it, even Undead Divine Race had to listen to them. Qin Xiang had previously dealt with the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family before, but that had all been done in secret. Now that the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family and the Undead Divine Race were together, he would definitely get the Undead Divine Race to help them figure out who did all of these things. Master, you don't have to worry. Qin Xiang took a small breath. He had already treated the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family as his greatest enemy, so he did not hate them as much as he did those black hairs human S. The fellow from Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family is here. Huang Jintian suddenly said. Qin Xiang immediately looked in a direction, and sure enough, a few people walked over. Although they were still in the distance, Qin Xiang could still see their appearances, and they seemed to be very young, just like teenagers. Are these brats from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family? Qin Xiang asked. Yes, they may look like teenagers, but they are all very powerful, and they are not that old either. They look like they're around 10 years old. They were already so scary when they were just 10 years old. The overall strength of those Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family S can be imagined. Huang Jintian sighed again. He had lived for many years, but his strength was far inferior to the youths who were walking over. What are they going to do now? Qin Xiang frowned. Even though these 15 to 16-year-old youths were all handsome, their faces were all filled with childishness, and they all looked extremely arrogant. I don't know. I'm sure they're here for you. Huang Jintian said. For me? I'll see how they deal with me. Qin Xiang could already see the strength of these three youths. Being able to reach the Tao sect at the age of 15 to 16 was indeed very frightening. It could be seen that there would definitely be many strong individuals within the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. No wonder there were people who could contend against the three great native Banks. Although it was against the cultivation of the Tao sect, Qin Xiang was not afraid. He had cultivated the tenfold door and was even able to fully activate it. He was very confident in his own strength. Furthermore, his body was extremely strong. He did not cultivate the Dao Ji D gold body, but he had the everlasting Dao Qi that the Dao Ji D gold body required. It was a very terrifying power, and now he could transform the limitless Dao Qi into the infinite Dao power, and then use his cultivation technique and transform it into an even more powerful force. Is this Qin Xiang? He looks pretty strong. Haha, but now you are our prisoner. A gold-robed youth said with a smile. Big brother, I heard that he has a lot of good things on him. Father probably told us to come so that we could take what he had and then bring him back to the elder. All of the good things he had would be for us. A youth in blue beside him snickered. Father is so kind to us. He gave us such a good job. An old man from Undead Divine Race suddenly flew over and came to the side of the three youths. The old man was not very strong and was respectful to the three youths. Young masters, Qin Xiang does have many good things on him, but they are all tightly connected to his soul, so it would be difficult to obtain them. And the best thing on his body should be those heavenly artifact. He has at least 3 heavenly artifact on him. The old man said he clearly understood Qin Xiang. Don't worry, his master is in our hands, and he's here to save his master. When the time comes, we'll definitely make him hand it over obediently. The golden-robed youth laughed complacently. You have to take care of that old fellow. Don't let him commit suicide. They seem to have a good relations. Hi+P. Maybe they will really do something like that. There were indeed a lot of good things on Qin Xiang's body, but the old man still did not understand Qin Xiang well enough, and did not know his true powers. Young Master Jin, Qin Xiang still has the heavenly alchemy on him. I think it would be best to force him to hand it over now. Otherwise, after we deliver it to the sacred wasteland and hand it over to those elders, you will not be able to obtain it. The old man hurriedly said, It's fine. We'll hand Qin Xiang over whenever we want. Don't worry, before you hand him over, I'll definitely get what I want first. The gold-robed youth looked at Qin Xiang viciously. Let him out. I want to see just how strong he is. Please don't. This Qin Xiang is cunning. The old man was shocked as he hurriedly said, What is it? Do you underestimate us? The golden-robed youth coldly said. He released a wave of killing intent that caused the elder to sweat profusely. This. Of course I don't dare. However, we must report this matter to the higher-ups. The old man said, Moreover, I am currently unable to undo the seal. Just because you can't open it doesn't mean that I can't. The gold-robed youth looked at the blue-clothed youth and the red-clothed youth at his side, and said, They're going to release Qin Xiang. I want to compete with him. He should be a Dao Profound Realm now. He's definitely not my opponent. For someone like him, I should be able to beat him up. The old man was extremely terrified at this moment. He had already taken out a communication jade symbol paper and was about to tell the situation here. But after being stared at by the young man in gold, he quickly kept the jade talisman. He could not afford to offend such a young master. See 2581. See 2581 Qin Xiang secretly rejoiced. He never thought that this young man would actually have such an illness. This was a good thing for him. He now wanted to see how strong he and the Dao Zong realm were. He only saw the blue-clothed and red-clothed youth take out a small formation plate, urging the formation plate to shoot out 2 rays of light onto the iron cage that imprisoned Qin Xiang. The iron cage was sealed with many formations, but it was actually open just like that. It could be seen how powerful the items in the 2 youths' hands were. Even the undead divine race elder was shocked. I allowed you to use your weapon. I heard that you have a very powerful sword. I want to see it. The golden-robed youth had his hands behind his back as he spoke with great confidence, because what Qin Xiang had done was extremely bragged about by the undead divine race and evil spirit race, and this was known to all within the undead divine race. There was also the matter of the undead divine race being destroyed earlier, for example, inside the sacred Tao Mountains. It was Qin Xiang who had done it. In addition, those disciples from before were also killed by the remaining disciples. Although they were not dead yet, they were more or less dead, and were given up by the undead divine race. Therefore, it was impossible for Qin Xiang to use them to threaten the undead divine race. You are not worthy enough for me to use my sword against you. Qin Xiang let out a cold laugh. The 10th Tao profound door in the divine sense suddenly opened, and after his Tao energy Pa-S said through the tenfold door, he became extremely terrifying. Arrogant fellow, you can do it then. I would quite like to see how strong you are. The golden-robed youth laughed sinisterly. If you lose to me, you will suffer a miserable fate. So, it's best if you let me have a good fight. What level is my Dao Zong realm? Qin Xiang asked. At the same time he was congealing his energy and suppressing the aura of the power. I am 15 years old this year, and at the 6th level of the Dao Zong realm. Among the 5 heaven wasteland aristocratic family S, I am ranked first in strength. The golden-robed young man's face was filled with pride. 15 years old. What a pity, Chun Xiang said as he shook his head. What's a pity? The gold-robed youth asked. Unfortunately, you're going to die soon. After Chun Xiang finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed into one of killing intent, and he looked like a berserk evil lord. The energy that he had been mulating for a long time was no longer able to be suppressed. His aura exploded out, causing winds to rise, lightning to flash, and thunder to appear. The white light in his palm exploded out, and a vast amount of Tao energy gushed out from the palm of his hand through the Tao profound door who had opened all 10 stages, accompanied by the infinite Tao power in his body. The moment the power surged out, the boundless aura caused the indestructible city to violently tremble. Die! Chun Xiang's angry roar shook the sky. He slapped the youth in gold on the head with his palm, causing his brain and body to split open and blood and flesh to fly everywhere. When that palm attack struck out, the entire immortal city was torn apart by it. All the buildings inside the city crumbled. The golden-gowned youth died. The ground that was filled with wounds was filled with the youth's flesh and blood, while Chun Xiang's body was also covered with bloodstains, which were all splashed out from the gold-gowned youth's body. Don't even think about leaving. Chun Xiang howled as spatial energy gushed out from the tenfold door, forming a very strong SPAC domain. The red-clothed youth and blue-clothed youth originally wanted to escape, but they were trapped by Chun Xiang's SPAC domain. While they were feeling fear in their hearts, they felt 2 waves of energy approaching each other. Boom! With 2 loud bangs, the 2 youths were smashed into pieces by the 2 meteor immortal power released by Chun Xiang. One of the meteor immortal power was still under Chun Xiang's control. Russ. H.I. Plussing towards the old man from the undead divine race, ripping it apart. Chun Xiang leapt into the iron cage that trapped Huang Jintian, then leaped out again. Floating in the air, he smashed down onto the fire cloud palm in the direction of the immortal city. The power of the fire cloud palm Pennsylvania said through those Tao profound door who had opened all 10 stages of the seal. So when it struck down, its might was imaginable, wiping away the entire city. The gigantic palm imprint was still embedded in the ground, leaving behind a huge, deep crater in the shape of a palm. How dare SCU bag-act so crazy in front of us? Chun Xiang sneered, then teleported into the heavenly dragon city with Huang Jintian. Huang Jintian still hadn't reacted to it. He only remembered that Chun Xiang had shattered the arrogant youth in gold clothes with a single palm from him, then flashed a few times with him before returning to the heavenly dragon city. Huang Yantian was already waiting here. He was a lot more relieved when he saw Chun Xiang bringing Huang Jintian back. At this moment, he was very curious how Chun Xiang rescued Huang Jintian. Master, take good care of your injuries, Chun Xiang said, then went to look for Long Jiuxiao. Arriving at Long Jiuxiao's residence, Chun Xiang told him about Huang Jintian's situation. This bunch of BASTARDS from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family can actually do such a despicable thing. After Long Jiuxiao heard this, he became extremely angry. When I saved my master, I killed 3 youths. I will definitely vent my anger on those Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family Chun Xiang said. Don't be afraid of them. I don't believe they really dare to come. I'm not as weak now as I was before. Long Jiuxiao said in an extremely domineering manner. After we finish off those annoying black hairs human, we'll go with you to the sacred wasteland and take care of all of them. All right. Chun Xiang nodded. Although he had rescued Huang Jintian and killed 3 disciples from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, the anger in his heart had not been quelled, and it was just as Long Jiuxiao had said. Inside the 3 money divine city, Fan S. HI plus XN was training the people inside the native bank. It had been a few days since the black hairs human came out, and the atmosphere now was extremely heavy. Villa Master Fan, I want to make a trip to Sacred Wasteland. Chunxiang said, Oh, why are we going to the Sacred Wasteland? The Sacred Wasteland could be said to be the safest place available to him right now, and Chunxiang should be the main force that had attacked the Black Hair's human, so he shouldn't go at this time. I am going to find the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family to settle my debt. Chunxiang said, then told Fan S, H.I. plus XIN about how he was captured. When Fan S, H.I. plus XIN found out that Chunxiang had killed the three youths, he was extremely shocked. Evidently, he knew that the ident. 1. Ties of the three youths were extraordinary. This. You actually managed to kill them. Fan S, H.I. plus XIN never thought that Chunxiang would have such strength. Chunxiang only smiled faintly. I feel like I can't wait until Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family comes to find trouble with me. I also want to find trouble with them. Oh, yeah, the immortal city you mentioned. Are there undead divine race and evil spirit race inside? Fan S, H.I. plus XN asked. I don't know. I destroyed the entire city, so I didn't pay attention to it. Chunxiang only remembered this later on. He still had to ask Huang Jintian for the specifics. At that time, he could only casually blast away the immortal city with his palm. All right, since Black Hair's human was the one who created this matter, otherwise, the current Black Hair's human wouldn't be so powerful. He can't let them live a peaceful life in Sacred Wasteland right now, but you have to be careful. Fan S, H.I. plus XN said. Seeing how confident Chunxiang was, Fan S, H.I. plus XN agreed to let Chunxiang go to the Sacred Wasteland to cause trouble for him. C. 2582. C. 2582 Chunxiang came to the Sacred Wasteland, and even went to look for the Great Landlord. He once again came to the hall where the Great Landlord was. When Great Landlord saw Chunxiang, his old face was filled with shock, and he anxiously said, Limitless Qi, you actually managed to cultivate limitless Qi now. The Great Landlord only saw that Chunxiang had cultivated the infinity Qi, and did not know how powerful Chunxiang's tenfold door was. He immediately walked down from his seat and came to Chunxiang's side. Hee, are you surprised? Chunxiang laughed. Yes, normally, only a 10th level Dao Sovereign would be able to cultivate the boundless Qi. The Great Landlord was very surprised, but I'm not an ordinary person. Shinji laughed. Great Landlord, what will happen after you finish cultivating the Dao Ji? Oh, D, gold body. Once you cultivate the Dao Ji, oh, D gold body, you will not be torn to pieces by the power of the cataclysm when you go to Divine Wasteland. Going to Divine Wasteland would mean leaving the heavenly Tao. And before that, you will have to pass through a cataclysmic path which contains extremely terrifying power within this pass age. The Great Landlord said, Generally speaking, only by cultivating the Dao Ji, D gold body, will one be able to pass this path. Chunxiang nodded his head. That means if I am able to cultivate it now, I can also go. Great Landlord took a deep breath. He never thought that Chunxiang would have such an idea. It was something even Dao Sovereigns did not dare to think about. I don't know. Great Landlord thought about it, but in the end he still could not confirm his answer. What is your current cultivation level? Great Landlord asked, because he could not tell that Chunxiang had come here with only Dao per realm. 10 stages of Dao Profound Realm. Chunxiang said, But that's not possible. You just got rid of the 3 Dao sect youths from the Jin clan. Although they are all youths, they're the most outstanding disciples of the Jin clan. Furthermore, they are Dao sovereigns. Your Dao Profound Realm cannot get rid of them. Great Landlord already knew that Chunxiang had annihilated the immortal city. Then, how can I confirm my current cultivation level? I have indeed just cultivated the first tenfold door. Chunxiang said, Come, use all of your strength and punch me. Great Landlord leaned his face over and pointed to his own face. Don't be polite, just give me a punch. Chun Xiang felt that it was kind of funny, but the other party was a great landlord, a very powerful existence, so he was not worried about being beaten up by the rest. All right. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. I might need some time to gather my strength. Is that possible? Sure, the stronger the better. Of course the great landlord was not afraid of Chun Xiang. He just wanted to see how strong Chun Xiang was right now, because it was very rare for Chun Xiang to be able to produce such an absolute qi at his current level of cultivation. When Chun Xiang channeled his majestic Tao energy through the tenfold door, he was no longer able to suppress the berserk power. Although Chun Xiang's Tao energy did not leak out, the formless power was extremely terrifying, causing the entire Eternal Life native bank to sway continuously. Feeling the aura, great landlord's face turned serious. Chun Xiang's strength had already set his expectations. An entire hall was shaking frantically as the chair fell to the ground. Not only that, the entire city was shaken by the deterrence of Chun Xiang's power. Is it ready? Great landlord's expression was solemn. He frowned and asked, It's not enough yet. Wait a little longer. Chun Xiang replied, It's going to be fine soon. Great landlord looked at Chun Xiang and suddenly started to worry. He was also afraid of pain, and with Chun Xiang being so powerful, he wondered what would happen to him. As the supreme great landlord, he obviously could not withdraw his head right now, as that would be disgraceful. He would rather be beaten into a pig head than to return in front of Chun Xiang. They're going to fight, Chun Xiang said, and then he punched great landlord in the face. The moment he punched out, Chun Xiang actually used the same method as the devil's subduing method, which was to turn power into waves of attack and attack wave after wave of attacks. Right now, he was using the 7th level of the devil's subduing method, which was the continuous attack of 7 forces, 7 tremors. When the fist landed on Great Landlord's face, it exploded with a boom sound. A burst of intense white light flashed, and a wave of berserk energy rushed in all directions, causing Chun Xiang himself to be blown back repeatedly. Just now, Chun Xiang could also feel that the great landlord had released a domain of power to stop the power Chun Xiang had unleashed when he punched out. Great landlord was also flung out SMAs. Plussing into the chair he was seated on, his entire person laid on top of the chair's fragments. The seats all around him were crushed into powder by Chun Xiang's punch. Great landlord, are you all right? Chun Xiang immediately walked over, only to see great landlord covering his face with his hands. His expression was filled with shock. Your chair is so strong. It's just broken. Chun Xiang giggled. This chair is my favorite. After sitting here for a long time, you finally broke it. Great landlord laughed and scolded. You monster and brat, you are truly scary. For the heavens to have not noticed you, and not only did they not punish you, they even gave you good luck. There's nothing I can do about it. My luck is good. Chun Xiang laughed. The great landlord was truly powerful. If it was any other Tao sect or something like that, they would have already been annihilated by that remaining punch. Honestly speaking, have you completely opened all 10 of your Tao profound doors? The great landlord already knew why Chun Xiang was so strong. Chun Xiang nodded. Not bad. There aren't many people who can do this. At least I can't do it. At least I can't do it. Great landlord sighed. This is impossible. Great landlord, you should be able to cultivate the Tao Ji. Oh, D gold body now. Chun Xiang said, My Tao profound door is only half activated. If you want to fully open it, then you will have to work even harder. Furthermore, when you were training to become a tenfold door, your physical body had been constantly strengthening, so it is relatively easier to open up your tenfold door at this time. Su Yin said in a low voice. The great landlord said, Clearly, you have already found a way to completely open the Tao profound door at this stage. Chun Xiang nodded his head. The main reason is because the pills I refine are powerful, this kind of pills. Great Landlord took it and looked and sniffed it, then said, "There's a scent of Dao Go, D Emperor Yuan Dan, but it doesn't look like a Dao Go, D Emperor Yuan Dan." "This is the Dao Go, D Emperor Yuan Dan. I just strengthened it. This is of the super high quality. Eat one and you will know." Chun Xiang laughed. "Perhaps I can help you change your current situation." After Great Landlord ate it, his expression slightly changed, and then he became ecstatic. "There is indeed a slight effect. Is this really a pill you refined?" "Awesome. C 2583. C 2583. This Great Landlord already knew that Chen Xiang knew how to refine pills, and he even used the heavenly alchemy to refine pills, but he had never seen Chen Xiang's pill refining level before. Today he finally saw it, and it was much stronger than what he had imagined. www.xsdxd.org. Chen Xiang laughed. "Of course it's me. I relied on this pill to continuously strengthen my body." Great Landlord nodded his head. "If you continue to eat this pill, you will indeed be able to cultivate a very strong body in a short period of time. No wonder you have such boundless Dao Qi on you. It seems like you have already started cultivating the Dao Ji. Oh, de-gold body." "Great Landlord, I fought with the disciples of heaven, wasteland aristocratic family before. It was those 3 youngsters. They seem very weak. They are the cultivation of Dao sect." Chun Xiang recalled the youth in golden clothes that he killed with a single punch. He did not expect the youth in golden clothes to be so much weaker than him. Among the 10 stages of the heavenly Dao, the Dao Profound Realm is the most important stage. Generally speaking, the entire realm determines the future strength. You should be well aware that the Dao Profound Realm is mainly used for cultivation of the Tao Profound Door. The more the Tao Profound Door opens up, the more powerful the Dao. Yes. Chun Xiang nodded. He had continuously refined Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, in order to pursue the 10 stages of the Tao Profound Door to open them all. Of course, after I possess the Dao Profound Realm, I can continue to cultivate in the future, because the following days I won't be able to raise my strength by too much. It's far from being comparable to when I train in the Tao Profound Door." The Great Landlord replied, "Of course, not everyone has the qualifications to cultivate in Tao Profound Door. Only someone like you can refine such a powerful pill." Then what did the Dao S, H, I plus realm and the Dao Zong realm mainly cultivate? Chun Xiang didn't really understand any of this. The Dao S, H, I plus realm cultivates a Tao technique and a profound door, which is also the meaning of a natural law principles and profound door. The main point of it is to use the power of law to temper the Tao profound door and let the Tao profound door evolve. When the Tao profound door needs the power of law to be used, they can open up a large amount of the power of law. When Chen Xiang heard it, he exclaimed, "Then when it comes to the Dao SHI plus realm, wouldn't it be able to quickly absorb the power of the ancient code? Can a large amount of the power of law be transferred through the Tao Profound Door as well?" "That's right, but the prerequisite is that the Tao Profound Door is able to open it wide enough, so the amount of power of the ancient code that you have absorbed is only sufficient. Otherwise, no matter how well you cultivate the Dao S, H, I plus realm, it would be useless." Great Landlord laughed out loud. The Dao S, H, I plus realm is only using the power of law to cultivate for a bit. Chun Xiang now understood that if Tao Profound Door did not increase his power by much, then the progress of his Dao S, H, I plus realm would be minimal. Compared to someone like him, who only increased his power by a large amount, there was no superiority in terms of strength. What about the Dao Zong realm? Chun Xiang asked again. The Dao Zong realm is a Tao technique and profound body that uses the great Dao's laws to train the body. This is in order to allow the body to contain a self-derived law soul, which has a total of stages. After it grows up, it will be able to reach the great circle of the Dao sect. Great Landlord raised his hand and opened his palm. A huge sphere of light appeared. This is the Tao Ji. Oh, D-Soul, with this, you don't need to rely on the power of the heavenly Tao to provide an extremely vast amount of law energy. Otherwise, when you break away from the heavenly Tao and enter the Tao Ji, oh, D-Realm, the law energy provided by the heavenly Tao will become very weak. And the foundation of the Tao Ji, oh, D-Soul, is the Tao technique and profound body cultivated during the Tao Zong realm. As long as he said Tao Doom, he would be able to obtain Tao Ji, oh, D-Soul, and cultivate in the Tao sovereign realm. Of course, this is still a long time ago for you. Qin Xiang felt that he wasn't too far away from it, because he had already fully activated his Tao profound door. He would be able to step into the Tao Hi plus realm very quickly, and then the Tao Zong realm would be next. After crossing Tao Doom, he would immediately reach the peak of the Tao sovereign realm and step into the Tao Ji, oh, D stage. Of course, if everything went well, Qin Xiang felt that he would be able to reach it soon. Great landlord, heaven wasteland aristocratic family caught my master. He wanted to use my master to threaten me, and even tortured my master in such a painful manner. This method made me very angry, so I decided to go find heaven wasteland aristocratic family right now. Qin Xiang said, I cannot sit still and wait for death, always waiting for them to come deal with me. I also want to fight back. Great landlord frowned, then nodded. I can understand your feelings. Your current strength is not bad, but you are still far from being able to deal with Tao sovereigns. If we were to fight against someone at the 10th stage of the Tao Zong realm, it should not be much of a problem. The disciples of the heaven wasteland aristocratic family all have the heavenly Tao bloodline. Their advantage is that their Tao profound doors will automatically open up later. When they reach the Tao sovereign realm, they can open up 50 out of 10 Tao profound doors, which is very powerful, and they don't need to deliberately cultivate in the Tao profound doors. Never thought that heaven wasteland aristocratic family would actually have such an innate advantage. It was indeed very strong. It was already impressive for some Tao sovereigns to open 20 or 30 of them. But they were also able to do it very painstakingly. There was no need for heaven wasteland aristocratic family, as long as they had the heaven Tao bloodline. Their Tao profound door would definitely be able to open it to such an extent. All right, I'll avoid them if I meet Tao sovereign level experts. Qin Xiang said, as long as Great Landlord was not opposed to it. Since this was the sacred wasteland, he had certain authority here. Therefore, Qin Xiang planned to cause trouble at the heaven wasteland aristocratic family, and at the same time he had to inform them. Even if the Great Landlord did not agree, he would secretly go there. I have an idea. The 5 heaven wasteland aristocratic family will gather once every so often to pick a holy son of heaven wasteland. Great Landlord suddenly laughed sinisterly. I think you can go and train them to become holy son of heaven wasteland. Holy son of heaven wasteland? What's the use of it? It sounds very impressive. When Qin Xiang saw Great Landlord's sinister smile, he knew that this fellow was filled with evil intentions. He had wanted to do this kind of thing since a long time ago, but it was inconvenient for him to do it himself. Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland is an examination held by the 5 Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family and only one of them is chosen. As long as you become a Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland, the 5 Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family will organize a ceremony for you, and will be able to open up a bit. Generally speaking, Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland has only just stepped into the Tao Zong realm, and after many years of trying, only people of this realm can open up Tao profound door to higher heights. Is there really such a thing? By awakening the Tao profound door through rituals or something like that, you can make it even bigger? Qin Xiang was a little surprised. That is to say, all Tao profound doors have the same opening, but will have 10 more Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland than them. In the future, as long as this Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland does not die, after reaching the peak, he will be stronger than others. C. 2584. C. 2584 Qinxiang now understood that the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland was extremely important and valuable to a Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, because he could become an existence that the venerable family would have to bear the brunt of their power in the future. A while ago, that old Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland died because of a problem with Tao Doom. As long as Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland dies, or PAS, SES through Tao Doom, you can choose a new Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland. Great Landlord laughed. Even though Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland is more powerful than others, they don't live long enough. Up till now, only 5 Holy Son of Heaven Wastelandes are still alive. They should all be ancient beings. Even after so many years have Pa-S, said Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, still hasn't survived? Chen Xiang was very surprised at this. Yes, he died in an accident. Of course, there's a possibility of you being schemed to death. And in short, it's not easy to mix in with the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. You just have to come in contact with them and you will know it. He understood Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, which was a very big weakness for him. Those people that Chen Xiang had come into contact with before were all arrogant fellows. Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family has 5 large cities in the sacred wasteland, and the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland selection this time will be held in the Jiang family, which is also known as the Great Jiang City. Once they choose the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland, they will conduct the awakening ceremony at the first moment, and then they will accept the challenge from 5 experts from the Great Desolate Sky City. Great Landlord snickered. This kind of thing has never happened before. At that time, Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family would definitely be very depressed. If they lose a Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland, doesn't that mean they can choose again? This feeling is meaningless. Qin Xiang said, the awakening ceremony that they used to make the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland stronger could only be used every 1,000 years. Furthermore, one would have to die on the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland or have to pass through the Tao Doom. That is to say, they do not have a Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland within 1,000 years. Great Landlord patted Chen Xiang's shoulders and laughed. I will come to take a look when the time comes, so don't worry, those old fellows will definitely not be able to kill you. When Chen Xiang was queuing up to enter the city gates, because he looked relatively ordinary, he was refused entry into the city. Chen Xiang had changed his appearance before. He was worried that someone would recognize him. He did not expect that he would be rejected because of his appearance. All right. Chen Xiang was helpless. He had no choice but to become a little more handsome in order to gain the qualifications to enter the city. These Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family actually used the jade money of the 3 great native banks. How unexpected! After Qin Xiang entered the city, he strolled around everywhere. The Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland was already chosen, and the people who came in were only waiting to see the results, and then see how the others would challenge the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland. Qin Xiang Pa-S said by a big square where there was an extremely powerful array where they would compete. Let's go take a look at the pill shop first. I might come across some good stuff. Qin Xiang made some inquiries and came to the biggest pill shop here, which was opened by the Jiang clan. After entering, Chen Xiang immediately knew that jade money were not used to trade, but a kind of king-grade pellet. Mother of asterisk her, what the L is this spirit pellet? It actually became the currency of the transaction. Chen Xiang secretly cursed in his heart, because this meant that the jade money in his hands were useless. Very quickly, he got 2 Dao spiritual pills from the jade money outside. After he ate one, he immediately understood. This spirit pellet actually contained a tiny bit of the unique power of a Daoji, the Emperor Yuan Dan. In other words, a spirit pellet could strengthen the body, but it required a lot of consumption. Other than that, there was also the profound Tao power and a type of pill that could stabilize the Tao profound door. It could be considered a pill with a wide range of uses. There are a lot of ingredients for Dao spiritual pills. Furthermore, they are in the middle tier of the king level. They can be easily grown through array formations. After Chun Xiang inquired about it, he finally got a deeper understanding of this spirit pill. What surprised him was that many people knew how to refine spirit pellets, but their quality were only average, so when they were used to trade, no one else wanted them. Only the true alchemists would be able to refine a spirit pellet, and the quality would not be bad. But in order to obtain the spirit pellets, they had to gather the courage to learn them. After a long period of time, even if they themselves could not refine pellets, after many years of studying, they were finally able to refine them into pellets. Of course, this fellow only knew how to concoct Tao pills. Chun Xiang stood at the side of the street and looked at the medicinal ingredients for the Tao spiritual pills. The Tao spiritual pills required a type of medicinal ingredients called Tao spiritual dragon ginseng, which seemed like a dragon. "Brat, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, someone patted on Chun Xiang's shoulder. Chun Xiang turned his head to look and saw an old man wearing a bamboo hat. It was actually the great landlord of the 3 great native banks. "Senior, why are you here?" Chun Xiang never thought that the great landlord would actually be walking randomly on the streets. "Of course, I'm here to join in on the fun. This is customary." Great landlord laughed. "You want to buy a spirit dragon ginseng?" Chun Xiang nodded his head. "I just want to refine a little." "All right, I want to buy some pills from the Jiang clan." The 3 great native banks inside the sacred wasteland did not have any good pills. Chun Xiang had already gone to see them before, and he had also told Fan Shi plus Xian about this matter. In one aspect, Fan Shi plus Xian told him that it was because the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family was too overbearing. He had to gather medicinal ingredients everywhere, and the 3 great native banks needed to use up a lot of energy. "I'll take you to a place to buy it. Follow me," the great landlord said. Chun Xiang immediately followed him. The great landlord must have a very wide network of people. Maybe they could pick up a cheap one. Not long after, Chun Xiang followed the great landlord into a small villa. Upon entering, Chun Xiang saw many medicinal farms that were covered in array formations. This was a growing ground for the maturing of medicinal herbs. "Uncle Chen, I knew that you would be here for a while." A gray-robed old man walked out of the manor and said with a smile. The gray-robed elder obviously knew the ident. One, Tai of great landlord, and Chun Xiang had only found out that the great landlord was surnamed Qian now. "How many spirit dragon ginseng do you have here? I have a friend who may need to buy some." The great landlord said, "We grew the most Tao spiritual dragon ginseng, and now I can take out 100,000 mature ones. I wonder how many you want, my little friend?" The old man in gray asked, "See, 2585. See, 2585. When Chun Xiang heard it, he was shocked. The other side actually had so many. All of these were middle-grade king stage medicinal ingredients. In a moment, it was 100,000. "Well, how much is it?" Chun Xiang asked. "Collecting jade money?" Chun Xiang looked at the great landlord because he felt that those jade money were not very useful and could not buy things from the shops in the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. "Take 10 million for one. How much do you want?" The gray-robed elder laughed. This price shocked Chun Xiang. 10 million won. So expensive. Chun Xiang was shocked. It's not expensive anymore. We've all used formations to speed up the process, so the consumption rate is extremely high. And now the demand for the Tao spiritual pills is extremely high. The gray-clothed old man said, "I want 1,000. Chun Xiang said 1,000 spirit dragon ginseng would be 10 billion, but luckily he had sold some to Fan Shi plus Xn earlier and had a lot of jade money on hand. Although he only bought 1,000 of them, the old man in gray was still relatively happy, and he happily traded them with Chun Xiang. Then the great landlord dragged Chun Xiang out of an inn and into a secret room. "Brat, there are 1,000 spirit dragon ginseng. Are you planning to refine them all?" You can't be buying so many for my sake, right? Great Landlord asked. Is that so? I also think that's too little. Speaking of which, Grandpa Qian, your jade money is really useless. Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, Otherwise I wouldn't need to buy spirit dragon ginseng right now. Didn't you benefit a lot by refining the spirit pellets to those heaven, wasteland, aristocratic family-s? Great Landlord said, Your pill refining skills are so good. The quality of the pills you refine will definitely be quite good as well. There is no need to worry. If I can obtain what I want from the Jiang clan, it would be a huge gain for me. As for the pills I concoct, the quality definitely won't be too good. I'll control it a bit. Chun Xiang laughed. To compress the quality and produce even more pills, this was not a difficult task for Chun Xiang. The quality is usually good for trading, right? Chun Xiang asked. Yes. Then you should refine your pills properly. I will go out for a walk and see how those little imps from heaven, wasteland, aristocratic family are doing. Great Landlord left the room. Chun Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and then sat on top of it. If he were to refine pellets on top of the 6 realms mirrors, his aura would not be leaked. The Tao elixir was easy to refine. After all, it was only a middle-tier king level pill. And for Chun Xiang to refine a high-tier emperor stage pill, it would not be a problem. After 2 batches of refining, Chun Xiang's eyes would release flames, and he would be able to quickly refine pills using the method of instant pill refinement. This place was small. Chun Xiang did not need to use Dewan refining method. Otherwise, it would be even faster. Of course, the pill forging process was extremely fast for him as well. If the quality is average, then I can refine 15 pills in a single furnace. Even these 1,000 dragon ginseng would only produce 15 pills. Chun Xiang was almost done refining. He could almost refine 15 pills out of every furnace. 15,000 pills, I wonder what I can buy. With these 15,000 spirit pellets, Chun Xiang went to the Jiang clan's medicine store. After entering, he immediately asked a beautiful shop assistant, Are there any pills that can help the Tao I plus realm? Chun Xiang asked, The mysterious mana pill. This is a low-grade emperor-grade pill. The clerk smiled sweetly and said, Oh, then do you have the recipe for these mystical pills? Chun Xiang asked again. Yes, but it's more expensive. I need 3,000 Tao spiritual pills. So cheap. Chun Xiang thought to himself, because he brought 15,000 spirit dawn with him. What he did not know was that when other people refined spirit dawn, they would usually only refine 2 or 3, but he had many times more. Chun Xiang immediately bought the recipe for the mystical pill. After buying it, he walked around a few more shops and finally bought the medicinal ingredients needed to concoct the mystical pills. He wanted a total of 3 types of medicinal ingredients. DCLA, S low-rank pill. It's not much of a challenge. Chun Xiang laughed. He had only used 2,000 spiritual pills to buy the medicine. I forgot to let Hongqing and Xiang Yin enter the Yao Mountain Villa. That way, they would be able to help me cultivate the medicinal herbs. Chun Xiang could only enter the Yao Mountain Villa to refine it himself. To Chun Xiang, this was a rather boring job. Right now, he was still in the tavern, so when he finished growing it, he also saw the Great Landlord here. Great Landlord. Chun Xiang was a little surprised. Is something the matter? How many spirit dawn did you concoct? Great Landlord asked anxiously. Just 10,000 grains. Chun Xiang laughed. I bought the medicinal formula for the cultivation profound pill and some medicinal ingredients. 10,000 grains, isn't it 10 in a pot? It's really amazing. Now he knew that Chun Xiang was just playing around with the pill refining process, and the process was completed in a very short period of time. Chun Xiang needed the mystical pills, so he wanted to quickly cultivate them. Only by doing so would he be able to reach the peak of the heavenly Tao as soon as possible, which was also the Tao Ji, D stage. By the way, What I want to tell you is that there's been a rather special case this time. Great Landlord frowned. I don't know what's going on either, but this time there are actually 2 holy son of heaven wasteland-s. Kill them all. Chunxiang said, I still don't know the specifics. I'll go and take a look. The great landlord said, Anyway, the challenge for everyone is still around. We have to prepare everything for the compet. One Tian. Chunxiang was also looking forward to it. After all, this was a battle against the powerful holy son of heaven wasteland. How many days until the start? Chunxiang asked. In a few days. In any case, you'd better be here. If there's any latest news, I'll let you know immediately. With that, the great landlord left. Chunxiang did not plan to leave either, because he wanted to concoct a mysterious technique pill. Although the increase in his strength would be little after stepping into the Tao's I plus realm, it would at least be a bit of strength, and he would have to go through this process sooner or later anyway. I just need to grow those medicinal herbs. Chunxiang predicted that he would be able to grow a lot in one day, and he realized that he could now use his own Tao power to strengthen the Creator's well. Right now, he was secretly channeling his Tao energy to allow it to pass through the tenfold door. Then, under his control, he infused it into the creation G. D well, so that it could brew an even more powerful world G. D spring. It would be great if the tenfold door was fully opened. Chunxiang was very happy as he watched the medicinal herbs in the Yao Mountain Villa take root quickly. One day later, the Yao Mountain Villa in Chunxiang's Divine Sense Sea World already had a lot of ingredients to refine the mystical pills. Just as he was about to refine them, the great landlord suddenly came in with an ugly expression. What's wrong? Chunxiang asked anxiously. The great landlord was also a powerful Daoji although he could not enter the divine wasteland, but he was strong, to the point that he had this ugly expression on his face. This is big trouble. The people from the divine wasteland have come. I don't know what their goal is, but it seems like they are here to help the heaven wasteland aristocratic family. Great landlord cursed. What exactly happened? Why is the fellow from the divine wasteland here? And why are they still helping his mother's heaven wasteland aristocratic family? C. 2586. C. 2586 Chunxiang was also very surprised to hear this news. The people from the heaven wasteland aristocratic family actually received help from the divine wasteland. How is divine wasteland going to help heaven wasteland aristocratic family? Chunxiang was currently in the same mood as great landlord. Did heaven wasteland aristocratic family feel any threat? I don't know, but in short, this is the information I got. In this situation, there are people from the divine wasteland, and they are even in the heaven wasteland aristocratic family. It is really strange. I have never heard of the people from the divine wasteland coming here. Could there be a problem with the heavenly Tao? Great landlord frowned. Anyway, this is not a good thing for us. Can I still go kill that holy son of heaven wasteland now? Chunxiang asked. This was his goal in coming to sacred wasteland. If not, he would immediately return to new 8 wastelands. I'm not sure yet. Wait for me, I'll go find out. I want to find out what kind of strength that fellow from divine wasteland has. If he is a threat to us, then we have to think of a way to kill him. After great landlord left, Chunxiang's heart also became heavy. The people from divine wasteland must be very strong. If great landlord was unable to fight against that person, then the power of the new 8 wastelands would become unbalanced, and at that time the ones who would suffer would be the ones on their side. Hopefully the fellow from divine wasteland won't be too strong. If not, it'll be troublesome. Chunxiang was a little worried that the opponent would come for his heavenly alchemy. If that person used the despicable trick from before and used the people beside him to threaten him, he did not know how to react. He didn't know how the great landlord found out about this information, but it looked like he saw it with his own eyes. He was very sure about it, and his speed of investigation was very fast, so he returned very quickly. Brat, it's confirmed now. There are 3 fellows from divine wasteland. and their strengths are all on par with mine. Great Landlord finally heaved a sigh of relief. If he was so powerful that he could not fight against Yang, he would be in deep trouble. There are no fewer than 3 guys. Are they a big threat? Qin Xiang asked. It's not that big. At least I don't have to worry about them messing around. If I go all out, they will definitely be afraid of me. That's why you don't have to worry. When the time comes, you will go challenge that holy son of heaven wasteland and kill him. The great landlord said. Didn't you say there are 2 holy son of heaven wastelands? Qin Xiang said. Yes, there are 2. When the time comes, both of them will accept the challenge and set up 2 rings. If you think you can do it, then go up on 2 rings and defeat them. Great Landlord was very confident in Qin Xiang because he had received Qin Xiang's punch before and knew that Qin Xiang was very strong. Okay, if it starts, come and inform me. I still want to concoct pills and see if I can enter the Tao SHI plus realm in the next 2 days. Qin Xiang laughed. If I were to enter the Tao SHI plus realm, my strength will increase by a lot. Of course, all 10 of your Tao profound doors have been opened. If you enter the Tao SHI plus realm, you'll gain a lot of power. And if others only have a very small number of Tao profound doors, even if you step into the Tao zone realm, compared to the 10 levels of the Tao profound realm, the increase in power will not be much. Great Landlord nodded. Then I wish you success. After Great Landlord, Qin Xiang took a deep breath, adjusted his current mood, and began to refine the mystical pills. The cultivation profound pill was a low-grade Emperor stage pill, so it was not very difficult for Qin Xiang. It was very easy to refine it, and it only took a pot before it was successfully refined. The mystical pills are exactly like this. Qin Xiang looked at the 4 mystical pills in his palm, which looked like green beans. After he ate them, he immediately felt that his Tao profound door was absorbing something. That's right, I train in the fire laws and SPAC laws. I have a total of 10-fold doors. How should we split them? Qin Xiang was thinking about this issue. The power of SPAC was also very important to him. Open it 3 or 7 times. Cultivate 3 spatial profound gates. 7 flame profound gates. Qin Xiang thought about it and made a decision. When cultivating the code door, one must release the appropriate amount of power to guide the medicinal power of the mystical pills, allowing the medicinal power to make a choice. This way, the Tao profound door would be quickly cultivated to a code gate with the characteristics of the code. Qin Xiang planned to cultivate a spatial profound door on the road first, with his current flame capacity, especially with the help of the Chuangs. HI plus G. Oh, D furnace. He did not feel that the flame power was insufficient. After consuming those few pellets, Qin Xiang only needed a few hours of cultivation to finish consuming all of the medicinal strength. I don't have the medicinal strength anymore. It seems that I can only concoct the super high-quality mystical pills. Previously, when Qin Xiang was refining Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, he was able to execute 3 Crash S, which was a mid-grade Emperor stage pellet. But now, when he was refining low-grade Emperor stage pellets, he felt that 4 Crash S was not a problem. Qin Xiang used a moment to adjust his condition, and then began to refine high-quality mystical pills. Very quickly, the 3 Crash S were completed, and everything was very calm. Qin Xiang was very satisfied with his control over his own strength. But if he were to refine the middle-grade Emperor Profound Core and Daoji, D Emperor Yuan Dan of the Nanyang Emperor Profound Core, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. For Crash S, this one should be enough for me to cultivate up to the spatial Profound Gate. Qin Xiang thought to himself, then proceeded with the 4 Crash. Bang! The furnace only released a low sound. The energy that had erupted was suppressed by Qin Xiang, so the sound was very small, not as loud as when he was refining the middle-grade Emperor stage pills. There's really a huge difference between low-grade Emperor-grade medicinal pills and mid-grade, emperor-grade medicinal pills. Qin Xiang never thought that refining the mystical pills would be so easy, and he even went through for Crash S. It's only been 18 hours. Qin Xiang calculated the time. It was going to be faster, since he was refining something of the highest quality, and if it was an ordinary refining process like before, he would only need 6 hours. After being completed, Qin Xiang immediately consumed it. This was also a pill that had a spiritual God, so after consuming it, he could only channel the power of the spatial laws and guide the medicinal power to absorb the spatial energy to cultivate the spatial profound door. The great landlord hasn't arrived yet. It seems like I can still refine another batch. After I get used to it, I should be able to shorten it a bit. Qin Xiang took out the medicinal ingredients and continued to refine. He didn't need to worry about that pill. He could just refine it by himself. That would allow him to focus on concocting the pill. After just half a day, Qin Xiang could already feel a change in one of his Tao profound doors. He immediately observed carefully and discovered that this Tao profound door was somewhat different from the other 9. He tried using this spatial mysterious gate and instantly absorbed a large amount of spatial force. In the past, if he wanted to obtain this much power of he would have to use his Tao power to transform it. At the same time, he would have to borrow the power of the ancient code from the Tao Dan realm. C. 2587. C. 2587 Qin Xiang once again felt the benefit of opening the Tao profound door completely, as he absorbed the power of the ancient code effortlessly. D.A.M. And it. Don't tell me that the power of law is inexhaustible. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. When he had absorbed the extremely strong power of spatial energy, he did not feel any exhaustion. I'll ask him when Great Landlord arrives. Qin Xiang continued to refine the pellet. He was about to finish refining the furnace. At that time, he would be able to cultivate a new code and profound gate. After 2 hours, Qin Xiang had finished refining the second batch of high-quality mystical pills. After he ate it, the Great Landlord arrived. It's starting. We can go challenge those 2 fellows now. They should have started fighting with the others by now. The Great Landlord laughed. When the time comes, let go and fight. Those Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family themselves said that if their holy son of Heaven Wasteland is beaten to a pulp, they definitely won't blame you. Their words are unreliable. Those guys are very shameless. Qin Xiang curled his lips. That's true. If they dare make a move, I'll make a move then. Right? If I defeat those 2 brats, I'll be able to obtain some medicinal ingredients and pill formulas. The Great Landlord laughed. Is it because you have a sudden motivation? Qin Xiang's eyes lit up. This was indeed something he was looking forward to, but he sighed. I was just worried that this guy wouldn't give it to me when the time comes. Qin Xiang had experienced the people from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, and it could be said that their luck was bad. Don't worry if they don't give it to me when the time comes. I'll help you ask for it. Great Landlord also wanted to see Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family make a fool of himself, so he swore on his word. All right, that's right, Great Landlord. I have already stepped into the Tao H.I. plus realm and have cultivated a profound door of laws. Qin Xiang asked. Theoretically, it is possible there are a lot of laws. Once you reach the Tao Dan realm, you can borrow some, but once you reach the Tao H.I. plus realm, you can continue to absorb them through the Tao profound door. The Great Landlord said, It's just that after absorbing a large amount of the power of the ancient code, this power will flow through the divine sense and finally flow through the body. That's why it has a huge burden on the body and the divine sense. If one continued to madly absorb the power of the ancient code without restraint, regardless of whether the body or the divine senses are able to handle it, the moment one loses control, the profound door will collapse and the power of the ancient code will constantly surge into the divine senses. Not only will the divine sense explode from the impact, even their bodies will be blown up as well. Chun Xiang nodded his head. I understand, so there are many things that I should take note of. The great landlord patted Chun Xiang's shoulder and laughed. Of course, this is for most people. For a monster like you, with a powerful physical body that can support 10 fully opened Tao Profound Door, you don't need to worry about it all when absorbing the power of the ancient code. Chun Xiang was still refining a pellet. He used his fire Tao energy to guide the medicinal power, allowing the medicinal power to automatically absorb the fire energy to cultivate the profound entrance. He wanted to see what it would be like if he could cultivate a fire profound entrance. Let's go. Chun Xiang wiped his nose and laughed. The great landlord brought Chun Xiang to the fighting arena. At this time, there were 2 fighting platforms where people were fighting. Chun Xiang could see these 2 people from afar. They were both young men, and although they looked handsome and clean, they were both cruel and merciless. At this time, a holy son of heaven wasteland stabbed his hand into a challenger's chest, pulling out the heart, and then inserted it into the challenger's eyes, piercing his eye. ALLS out. This kind of brutal fighting style was shocking to the eye and caused one scalp to go numb. The other holy son of heaven wasteland on the fighting stage was also this ruthless as he tore off the challenger's 4 limbs and then crushed them right in front of that person. I can't watch any longer. Chun Xiang frowned and asked, Are these guys demons? Demons are nothing more than this. Heaven wasteland aristocratic family has always been like this. I have long since gotten used to it. Great landlord sighed helplessly. After all, they have the rules first. No matter what happens on the stage, they have to take responsibility. He said that he had received extremely cruel treatment before. At that time, Chun Xiang did not have much of an idea about it, but now that he had seen the methods of these young disciples of the heaven wasteland aristocratic family, he truly felt the anger Long Juxiao had at the time. Very quickly, the 2 people on the stage were tormented to death. To cruelly torture the challenger to death in front of so many people, this made the 2 holy son of heaven wasteland very happy. Looking at the ground littered with minced meat, one could tell that quite a number of people had been tortured to death like this. No one dares to come up anymore. Humph. Even trash like you want our family's reward. Trash is trash. A holy son of heaven, wasteland, laughed sinisterly. The 2 holy son of heaven wasteland were both at the first stage of the Tao sect, and the person who challenged them was at the 10th stage of the Tao Zone realm. Therefore, there were many people at the 5th or 6th stage of the Tao sect who felt that their chances of winning were rather high and felt that even if they could not win, they would definitely be able to retreat safely. Brett, you can't be afraid, right? The great landlord laughed because he saw Chun Xiang standing there blankly and not saying a word. Of course not. Chun Xiang was distracted just now because he was looking at the state of his cultivation, because there was still a pellet in his body that he had not finished refining. How long did they accept the challenge? Chun Xiang asked. 2 days and 2 nights. During this time, they will always be on the stage. No matter how many challengers there are, no matter if they are injured or not, they will not refuse the challenge. The great landlord said, Then wait a little longer. Chun Xiang planned to refine the 2nd Tao Profound Door before going up. This would allow him to use the other party to practice his techniques. At this time, no one dared to go up. They already knew how terrifying these 2 holy son of heaven wastelandess were, and the ones that were killed just now were those with decent strength at the 10th stage of the Tao Zone realm. A 1st stage Tao Zone realm was actually able to easily kill 10 stages. Many people would not dare believe this was real unless they saw it with their own eyes. After 6 hours, there was finally someone who challenged him. This person's strength was not bad, although he could not defeat Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland. He was able to survive. It was just that he was missing an arm and a heart, but he was still alive. During this period of time, a few others who were not afraid of death ran up, but none of them escaped. They were all crushed into meat pieces, causing the entire fighting stage to be filled with meat, and they died miserably. All right. After a few hours, Qin Xiang finally succeeded in refining a Tao profound door into a flame profound door, and was able to directly absorb a large amount of fire energy. Qin Xiang walked to one of the fighting stages. Great Landlord smiled from behind. Be careful, don't be too careless. See 2588. See 2588. When everyone saw Qin Xiang squeeze through the crowd, their eyes were firm. Looking at the stage, they knew he was a challenger, so they all made way for him. Another one who isn't afraid of death. Wait a minute. Judging from his aura, he seems to be a Tao master who has trained in 2 profound laws. Even someone at the second level of the Tao S, H, I, plus realm wouldn't be able to deal with Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland if he's at the 10th level of the Tao Zong realm. He actually dares to go up at the second level of the Tao S, H, I plus realm. Was he abandoned by his wife? Or did he suffer some sort of a blow? He wants to die a little more slowly. It was very easy to sense the aura of the code profound gate, but right now, Qin Xiang was not concealing anything. He did not use his own appearance. So the people of Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family could not tell that he was Qin Xiang. Trash, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. The Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland said coldly, You are the trash. Your entire family is trash. Only you are trash, so you only have trash in your eyes. Also, only trash's parents can nurture trash like you. Qin Xiang said loudly. His words stunned everyone. He actually dared to provoke the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland at all costs. The entire Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland was someone who would easily anger his opponent. Now that he had been insulted in front of so many people, and even cursed so harshly, he was momentarily unable to refute Qin Xiang's insult, causing him to roar out in anger. His veins popped out, and his appearance was extremely sinister. Ha! Qin Xiang was still below the stage. He laughed out loud. As expected of a piece of trash, you can't think of anything to say about me, can you? You. Hurry up and come up. The Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland was burning with rage as he roared sinisterly. I will tear you apart bit by bit. Those angry eyes could kill. But Qin Xiang's face was full of smiles as he swept his gaze over them. That arrogant gaze seemed to be telling them that the people from your Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family are all trash. Qin Xiang had finally reached the stage, and just as he went up, the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland suddenly rushed over, as though he teleported. Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland's hand was like an eagle's claw, reaching towards Qin Xiang's chest, wanting to pull out Qin Xiang's heart. But when his hand made contact with Qin Xiang's chest, he suddenly felt a strong heat. Everyone thought that a huge hole would appear in Qin Xiang's chest, and blood would gush out from it afterwards. Instead, a ball of strong flames spewed out from his chest, like a dragon spitting out flames, directly striking Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland. Qin Xiang had only used his fire profound gate just now to absorb the fire energy, and did not pass through tenfold door. Trash is quite resistant to fire. Qin Xiang sneered. He immediately used the spatial profound door to absorb the immense power of the spatial S.P.A.C. and converted it into an extremely strong power of spatial energy through the 5th stage Tao profound door. Spatial sealing. Qin Xiang used this spatial energy to seal Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland. The originally furious Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland wanted to use his strongest power to kill Qin Xiang, but he suddenly realized that he was unable to move and was sealed by something. Qin Xiang immediately walked over, his entire arm suddenly ignited. After the flames disappeared, his entire arm was like red-hot iron, and one could still see many golden threads in his arm, which were the flow of fire energy. I would quite like to see on what basis you call me trash. You can't even defeat trash like me? Doesn't that mean you're not even comparable to trash? Qin Xiang came to the front of the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland and pressed his burning red hand on his shoulder. Ah! Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland suddenly screamed. The heat was too scary, the burning pain went down to the bones. That felt great, right? At this time, Chen Xiang's arm, which had been injected with such powerful flame energy, was like an extremely hot iron. He scratched and scratched Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland's body, and every time he did, this Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland would let out an extremely miserable cry. The originally arrogant disciples of the desolate land did not make a sound. They were very clear on the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland's strength, but to be able to beat him up so badly now, it could be seen how terrifying this person was. Furthermore, he was at the second level of the Tao S, H, I plus realm. There were a lot of palm marks on Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland's body, and they were all pressed down by Chen Xiang. Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland actually fainted several times due to the pain, but he was awakened by Chen Xiang using a mystical method and continued to be tortured. The disciples of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family were all enjoying themselves, but now their hearts were stuck. On the contrary, the others were ecstatic to see the arrogant, Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland being tormented like this. It was like turning the sky upside down. Brat, the old guy from Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, is here. Hurry up and make your move. The great landlord was also enjoying the show. Chen Xiang's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He felt that Chen Xiang could now fight against Tao sovereigns. The Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family was very shameless. Upon learning that the older generation of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family had come out, Chen Xiang immediately used his Tao energy to pass S through the tenfold door, transforming into a very berserk power. His palm struck the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland's head, causing it to crack, followed by another heaven blasting palm, causing the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland to tremble and become a blood mist. Thick red mist floated out from the stage, which was formed by Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland's body. Chen Xiang blew lightly on the air, dispersing the blood mist, then patted his body. Under the dumbstruck gaze of the crowd, he walked down the stage and towards the person not far away. No matter how arrogant he was not an idiot. At this moment, he could tell that Chen Xiang was extremely scary, and he felt that he was not Chen Xiang's match. He already had the impulse to run. When the seniors of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family arrived at the fighting arena, they saw Chen Xiang as amazed. H.I. plussing Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland's head and turning his body into a BL.ODY mist. This was completed in an instant. The Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland that they had painstakingly selected was killed just like that, right in front of their eyes. Stand here. An old man roared, his voice shaking the entire plaza. The old man of Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family knew that Chen Xiang was going to kill another Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland. Chen Xiang did not stop and, as if he did not hear anything, teleported to the fighting stage. Why, we agreed on a match for 2 days and 2 nights. Your Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family is shrinking. Chen Xiang laughed coldly. His voice was filled with endless ridicule and spread throughout the entire plaza. The seniors of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family were also shocked. They didn't know when such a terrifying fellow had appeared, but they knew that this person's Tao profound door was definitely very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such terrifying strength. Just as these few old fellows were about to rush over, Great Landlord suddenly appeared in front of them, laughing as he said, "My old friends, that little ghost was brought by me to cheer your Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family on. Don't disappoint me. Let him continue to fight. Maybe your other Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland is lucky, and might even be able to beat him." See 2589. See 2589, the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland that was just selected had set away not long ago. This was someone who was going to carry out the awakening ceremony, as the Tao Profound Door was slightly more open-minded than the other disciples of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, and was highly valued by the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. But now they were actually killed by Chen Xiang, and in front of so many people, they were even able to kill him. What made the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family elders most furious was that this was actually happening right in front of their eyes, and they could not stop it. Chen Xiang was already walking towards the other stage. He sneered at the remaining holy son of Heaven Wasteland and said, "If you're afraid of death, then go down the stage now. I won't make things difficult for you." Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family had always thought of himself as a very Blee existence, the first batch of humans created by the heavenly Tao, the emperors among humans. Thus, they looked down upon other humans and acted extremely arrogantly in front of them. But now they had actually been looked down upon by a human, which gave them a huge blow, especially this holy son of Heaven Wasteland on the stage right now. He was currently in the holy sun of Heaven Wasteland. If he were to shrink his egg and leave the stage, then it would be equivalent to being afraid of ordinary humans and lowering his head to ordinary humans. Moreover, he had a certain level of confidence in himself. He thought that the holy son of Heaven Wasteland that was killed by Chen Xiang before was mainly because he had underestimated Chen Xiang, so he wasn't prepared for it. He had just seen Chen Xiang's strength. As long as he was careful and did not underestimate Chen Xiang, he would not be killed like the previous holy son of Heaven Wasteland. Great Landlord said to the seniors of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family with a smile, "Look, your juniors did not cower. Don't tell me you want him to cower back?" The one with the surname Chen, where did that guy come from? He is just a Tao SHI plus realm, yet he has such terrifying strength. Do you know him? Although the seniors were all very calm and collected, they were also very proud and arrogant. It was only natural that the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family would not lower their heads like the others. "I do not know him, but I know his origins. After this battle is over, I will naturally tell all of you." Great Landlord laughed. "We'll just watch." Chen Xiang knew that the seniors were right beside them. A moment ago, they were still filled with killing intent, but it had already weakened, which meant that Great Landlord had successfully stopped them from coming over. "Jiang Haokuin, bring out your strongest power. Don't be careless like in the past. The guy before you is extremely frightening. You must kill him no matter what." An old man said sternly from a distance. When everyone heard this, they felt a trace of fear because this person was very strong. The power in his voice was very hard to bear. When Chen Xiang heard this, he sneered in his heart because he was also casually fighting back, and right now he would not give his opponent the chance to retaliate. Jiang Haokuin suddenly took out a golden sword that was radiating light. Chun Xiang cursed in his heart. He actually used a weapon. "Begin." An old man saw Jiang Haokuin take out his weapon and immediately shouted. Jiang Haokuin turned into a gold light and shot towards Chen Xiang. His speed was extremely fast, and many people were unable to catch Jiang Haokuin's figure, while Jiang Haokuin had already arrived in front of Chen Xiang, thrusting his sword towards the center of Chen Xiang's brows. However, the moment the sword touched Chen Xiang's forehead, it was blocked by the golden white light that flickered between Chen Xiang's brows. Infinite Tao power. An old man from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family shouted. Great Landlord was also surprised. He knew that Chen Xiang had cultivated the boundless Tao Qi, but he never expected that Chen Xiang had already condensed it into his energy. This also meant that it was close to the symbol of the Tao Qi. The gold body and the infinite Tao power was also very terrifying. Just now, Chen Xiang's entire body was flowing with infinite Tao power, so he could feel a wave of energy attacking him. Then he used his own energy to stop it. "This guy is really fast. I really can't dodge it." These holy son of Heaven Wasteland are pretty capable. Chen Xiang's heart jumped as he thought that his forehead was about to be penetrated, but unexpectedly, it was blocked by the infinite Tao power. Chen Xiang suddenly released a burst of spatial energy that penetrated through the tenfold door, sealing Jiang Haokuin instantly by this spatial energy. At the same time, Chen Xiang channeled the infinite Tao power in his body and then transferred this energy into the divine Sen Si. charging straight for the 10 great opening Tao profound door. When the infinite Tao power rushed through the first gate, Qin Xiang had already felt that the entire divine sense sea was trembling and surging, which meant that the divine sense sea had received a certain amount of attack. And after Russ, plussing through the second stage of Tao profound door, the ocean water inside the divine sense sea began to churn even more violently, causing the entire divine sense sea to tremble violently. To think that the infinite Tao power could actually be so terrifying when Pa-S sing through the Tao profound door. Qin Xiang was very surprised in his heart. He thought that he would be able to Pa-S through it easily like Tao force. After Pa-S sing through the third stage of the Tao profound door, Qin Xiang's head started to hurt. Enough. Qin Xiang also felt that it was about time. If this carried on, his divine sense sea would definitely not be able to take it. Die. Qin Xiang released the infinite refining that had Pa-S said through the third level of the profound door. It overflowed from the center of his palm and flashed with an extremely glaring white light, and carried an extremely terrifying energy wave with it as well. That aura was unbearable for many people, and they all spat out blood. As for the plaza itself, it started to crack due to the violent shaking. When many people became aware of the danger, they all began to distance themselves from it. Qin Xiang's palm had already struck Jiang Haokuin's body. The infinite Tao power surged out at this time and enveloped Jiang Haokuin completely. Boom! The infinite Tao power was simply too terrifying. Even himself did not expect that after he Pa-S said through the third level of Tao profound door, he would have such immense power that he could even shake multiple formations on the fighting stage. Great Landlord was also shocked. The force released by Qin Xiang just now was comparable to a few Tao sovereigns just now, and when he saw Qin Xiang flying in the air, he quickly flew over. You, the one with the surname Qian, where did he come from? The people from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family were furious once again, although their holy son of Heaven Wasteland did not suffer any more violence. They died very thoroughly. Another holy son of Heaven Wasteland was killed in front of their eyes, which was a very strong provocation to them. Wait a minute, it's not over yet. Your two holy son of Heaven Wasteland have been defeated. The winner should get a reward. Great Landlord was still very calm as he laughed. You still want a reward? The old man from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family said angrily. Of course, you can't help it if you don't give it to us. After all, your Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family has always been the shameless. The Great Landlord mocked. See, 2590. See, 2590, the old man from Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family had a cold and murderous look on his face, but he still took out a jade box. As long as you give him a reward, you can tell me where he came from, right? The old man asked coldly. Yes, quickly, Great Landlord said, because he had told Qin Xiang before that if he won, there would be a reward. So Great Landlord will try his best to help Qin Xiang obtain the reward. The old man from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family threw a jade box to Qin Xiang. After Qin Xiang opened it, he saw the pill formula and the medicinal ingredients inside. You can say it now. The old man from the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family said coldly. Qin Xiang did not know why the other party would care so much about his background, and the Great Landlord knew as well. He's from Divine Wasteland. The Great Landlord said seriously, don't think that just because you have someone from the Divine Wasteland that we don't have. He is just a little kid that came with the elder to join in the fun. They had already experienced Qin Xiang's strength, so they did not doubt Great Landlord's words at all. In their opinion, only those who had climbed down from the Divine Wasteland would have such terrifying strength. Let's go. Great Landlord grabbed Qin Xiang and flew towards the city gate, and immediately left the city. Qin Xiang didn't know why Great Landlord would lie to him, but he definitely had a reason. Brat, in a bit, there might be people chasing after us. At that time, I see that you can't take care of us, so you should escape on your own as you see the situation. Great Landlord sent a sound transmission to Chun Xiang. Oh, how do you know? Chun Xiang asked up till now. He still did not have anyone chasing after him. I guessed it. I intentionally tricked those people that said you came from the Divine Wasteland. They would definitely inform the people from the Divine Wasteland about this matter immediately. At that time, those people from the Divine Wasteland might come to find us. Great Landlord said, when the time comes, I will kill them all. If these fellows don't die, I will be very worried. Chun Xiang was secretly shocked. The Great Landlord actually wanted to kill the expert who came down from the Divine Wasteland. Great Landlord, are you strong enough? Chun Xiang was a little worried. After all, he came down from Divine Wasteland. Let's take a look first. Even if I can't beat him, I should still be able to run. Great Landlord didn't have any confidence now, so he could only fight and see. Suddenly, Chun Xiang sensed a very strong qi, and he also sensed that SPAC was being pressured by a too strong force, causing SPAC to distort and distort. There were very strong people approaching. They're coming. You run first. There's 2 of them in total. It seems that they are very confident in themselves that they can take care of me. This is also good. Great Landlord suddenly let go of Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang immediately used teleportation, moving far away from this place. When he teleported, he felt a very terrifying power lock on him, but that power was quickly cut off. The Great Landlord is really strong. Chun Xiang was already far away from the place he was in just now, but he was still a little worried. He then used the counter power to pass S through the 10 stages of Tao Profound Door, making himself transparent, and stealthily proceeded towards the battlefield. When he approached, he saw a Ma Civ tree standing tall, covering the sky and covering the earth. This tree had countless thick vines, and these vines were extremely nimble, dancing chaotically like lightning. The vines also contained a terrifying amount of Tao energy, as if they were attacking something. Amazing, the Great Landlord himself can actually traverse these tree vines, just like a shadow, and not be touched by the tree vines. Could it be that he released the tree vines so he is not affected by it? Chun Xiang was shocked. Great Landlord was fighting with the 2 middle-aged men, and the 2 men were very strong as well, the force of the force causing gusts of wind to wreak havoc on the ground. And with every attack, the vines would fall a lot, but the big tree had a very strong regenerative ability and many vines instantly grew out of it. Hee, you guys are still too weak. Divine Wasteland came down with just this much strength. Sneered, every time those 2 people released a very powerful attack, Great Landlord would hide behind a big tree and use a tree trunk to block the attack. Although a large part of the tree trunk was destroyed, it was very quickly found. Chun Xiang felt that this large tree should be a treasure of the Great Landlord. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a heaven-opposing power. To think that it would actually be able to block the attacks of 2 of the strong of Divine Wasteland UBASTARD who betrayed his master. We will definitely kill you today. A strong of Divine Wasteland said. Betrayal of master. After Chun Xiang heard this, he was very surprised in his heart. If Great Landlord had a master, then he should be the one who established the heavenly Tao. However, Great Landlord had said that there was a problem with the heavenly Tao. As for why, he was not sure either, and only the Divine Wasteland would know. He betrayed himself. He even betrayed himself. Why do I still need to betray him? Great Landlord sneered. You lackeys, don't think that just because you're loyal to him, you will be all right. In his eyes, you guys are even worse than dogs. The big tree suddenly flickered with a gold light and released a very peculiar gold light. The 2 strong of Divine Wasteland, who were Russ, H.I. plus ing towards Great Landlord, suddenly slowed down a lot, and Great Landlord also rushed over at this time, throwing 2 punches and 2 kicks, sending one of them flying, and at this time, the big tree's gold light also disappeared. It did not last long. However, To be able to injure one strong of divine wasteland, he had to struggle against two previous strong of divine wasteland S. Now that he was able to fight the other strong of divine wasteland alone, it became much easier for him. The strong of divine wasteland that was just sent flying by Great Landlord had already suffered a heavy injury, so Qin Xiang immediately flew over with excitement. I can finally try out the poison given by elder sister Xiaoling, Qin Xiang thought excitedly. Qin Xiang selected a white box. Inside the box was the heart-devouring bone poison, an extremely terrifying type of strange poison that Du Xiaoling had given him. After the strong of divine wasteland was knocked away by the Great Landlord, the skin on his body had all split open, and there were extremely shocking cracks all over it. When Qin Xiang got closer, he used the power of S.P.A.C. to sprinkle a large amount of heart-devouring bone transformation poison through the air. Just as strong of divine wasteland was about to eat the healing pellet, he was suddenly enveloped by a white powder that suddenly appeared. Because when Qin Xiang used his spatial power to remove the poison powder, the distance was extremely close, almost as far as a hair's breadth. Thus, all of the powder was scattered onto the opponent's body in an instant. "What poison is this?" the strong of divine wasteland screamed. He who was originally sitting down suddenly turned into mud and turned into a pool. C. 2591. C. 2591 Qin Xiang used the heart-devouring bone poison, which could quickly melt the bones and heart in his body. But there were already many wounds on the surface of the strong of divine wasteland, and he was already severely injured, so he was unable to circulate his energy in time to resist the invasion of the poison. Qin Xiang still had not revealed himself. He was still using the counter-power to make himself transparent, but the strong of divine wasteland was able to sense that he was right beside him. Qin Xiang snickered in his heart, and then used the soul-absorbing devil spell on the strong of divine wasteland. He had originally planned to use the devouring magic kung fu to absorb the energy, but he was worried that there was something special about the energy he was dealing with. After all, this was someone related to the heavenly Tao above divine wasteland. The other party had a lot of memories, so Qin Xiang could only browse through a few useful memory fragments quickly before choosing to absorb them. Otherwise, if he absorbed too much, it would cause him a headache. So divine wasteland is actually such an existence. At this time, Qin Xiang also gained some understanding of the divine wasteland. Above, it was indeed a very powerful world, and it seemed to be the starting point and destination of everything. The origin of power was the divine wasteland, and the end point of strength evolution was also the divine wasteland. Of course, this was still a rather distant away from Qin Xiang. He had already figured out the purpose of these rankers from divine wasteland coming down here. The heaven wasteland aristocratic family, Great Landlord, and the group of G.O.D.S. were originally created by the G.O.D. of heaven, and now that the heavenly master was in the divine wasteland, the G.O.D. of heaven had lost his power in the divine wasteland. In order to obtain power, the G.O.D. of heaven had weakened the power of the large group of G.O.D.S. However, the heavenly Tao G.O.D. did not care, and now he had sent people down. He planned to use the natural law guardians that was sealed back then, which was the current black hairs human that had opened the path to the evil heaven Tao, to fuse the great celestial way of the evil and the natural law world. Back then, this natural law world had two worlds, positive and evil. Both worlds were in a balanced state, with human beings on both sides, except the two wouldn't interfere with each other. Right now, because the righteous path's world was out of balance and its strength was weakening, the heavenly Tao G.O.D. could only absorb the power of the righteous path, so it would affect his strength. In order for him to gain more power, he planned to merge the two worlds together, thus allowing him to obtain a very strong power for a short period of time. This was also what Great Landlord had said before. I betrayed myself. Great Landlord knew many things, but he did not tell Qin Xiang. The Black Hare's human army is just the prelude. The heavenly evil way is the most terrifying one. I wonder how strong those fellows are. Chun Xiang kept cursing the D of heaven in his heart. He had done so many things just for his own strength. In order to let the doors of the evil world open, the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family had to do the job of awakening the Black Hare's human, and the D of heaven had told them that the Black Hare's human's body contained the primitive Tao power which could remove the restrictions on their body. There were many limitations to the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family's heavenly Tao bloodline. Just like the great landlord, no matter how strong he was, he had to stay in the natural law divine realm, and he could not break past the limit. However, if they removed this restriction, they might be able to head to divine wasteland and escape the control of the D of heaven. They were already tired of staying in natural law divine realm and had wanted to go to divine wasteland for a long time. Does great landlord know about the primitive Tao power? Chun Xiang looked at great landlord who was standing in the distance and fighting. Great landlord was not bad. The D of heaven had once ordered great landlord to awaken those Black Hare's human, but he did not do so, which was why he allowed Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family to do so. When the D of heaven sent people to the sacred wasteland, other than opening the door to the evil heaven realm, he also needed to punish the great landlord. Chun Xiang's expression was currently solemn because there were 7 people who had left the divine wasteland, but there were only 3 that had come to the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. He did not know where the other 4 were. Great landlord's side had also ended the battle. After the expert from divine wasteland was killed, Chun Xiang immediately flew over. One more guy was killed by me. Chun Xiang anxiously told great landlord. Oh, no wonder. I was wondering why that guy's aura suddenly disappeared. I thought he ran away, but you actually killed him. Great landlord laughed. At this time he was extremely tired. Chun Xiang looked at the gigantic tree that was shrinking behind him and laughed. Great landlord, your tree is truly powerful. This is the world tree, of course it's powerful. Great landlord laughed. How exactly did you kill that guy? Even though he was injured, it wasn't easy for you to kill him without him noticing. I used poison. Chun Xiang said. Did that girl give it to you? Great landlord laughed. He actually guessed that it was Du Shaoling who gave it to him. How do you know? Chun Xiang was surprised. After great landlord put away the tree, she brought Chun Xiang and ran far away from here. Other than her poison, I can't think of anyone else who could have dealt with it. Great landlord said, she is extremely dangerous, even though she is a good person. It's a pity that she can't escape the control of the heavenly Tao. I've already gotten rid of her. I helped her. Chun Xiang laughed. That's why she gave me this poison, in order to repay me. This little girl is pure and kind, but she is extremely powerful. Especially when using poison, I was somewhat afraid of her. For many years, she has been controlled by the heavenly law. If the heavenly law needs her, I can make her come and destroy the world at any time. Great landlord was pleasantly surprised. The death poison that Du Shaoling released was indeed terrifying. Great landlord, I already know about the scheme of the D of heaven. Chun Xiang told them everything he knew. After hearing that, great landlord's face became gloomy. Of the 7 people that came, 2 have already been killed by me. 1 was left in Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, and the other 4 are still in there. I don't know anything about the primitive Tao power that can remove the restrictions. I only know that the primitive Tao power can open the door to the great way of the evil heaven. I thought those guys were here to deal with me. I never thought that there would be for more people that went somewhere else. Great landlord also did not know about the primitive Tao power. Looks like I have to personally go find those fellows. The Black Hare's human must have already exploded. There's a large number of primitive Tao power in the body of the Black Hare's human. Once they awaken on a large scale, if they die, the primitive Tao power will return to the main road. If I grasp the laws of the primitive Tao power, then I can absorb the primitive Tao power to open the gate. Great landlord brought Chun Xiang, and quickly, left the sacred wasteland. Sacred wasteland is fine. Chen Xiang was a little worried. After all, he had angered the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, and he was worried that the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family would start a ma's sacre there. Don't worry. There are still 3 second manor lords blocking them. Great landlord said they're not vegetarians either. They only have 1 less chuangs. I plus artifact than me. C. 2592. C. 2592. Qin Xiang had thought that only one of the 3 native banks was powerful, but he never thought that the other 3 second villa masters were actually at the Daojiao realm. Great landlord brought Qin Xiang and left the sacred wasteland, arriving at the center of the new 8 wastelands. Afterwards, the great landlord left on his own, in search of experts from the other divine wastelands. Chen Xiang sighed helplessly. He did not expect that the situation would go as planned, and something like the Great Way of the Evil Heaven would actually appear. He returned to the Heavenly Dragon City and told Chu Hongqing and his wife to return back to the Yao Mountain Villa. With them there was no need for him to be busy growing medicinal ingredients. The Black Hares human had already left the Devil Wasteland. But what made people more worried was that these Black Hares human did not start ma's sacre as soon as they came out. Rather, they were building a city in an orderly manner. This was out of the big shots of the big shots, because they had all prepared their defenses, waiting for Black Hares human to come out and attack them. According to the information sent by the scouts, a large number of Black Hares human have stayed put, as if they have some sort of plan. I wonder how much they know about us. Long Jiuxiao said he was more worried about this matter. After that, Chen Xiang told him about the matters of the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family. After knowing that Chen Xiang had killed 2 of the Holy Son of Heaven Wasteland, Long Jiuxiao was especially happy as he continuously patted his shoulders. When I step into the Daoji, D-Realm, I want to go to the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family and start a ma's sacre. These guys shouldn't have existed in the first place. Long Jiuxiao laughed. Senior, have you sent people to attack the Black Hares human yet? Qin Xiang asked. If the number of people who killed Black Hares human was too great, a large amount of primitive Tao power would be taken away. However, Chen Xiang felt that it was impossible to explain things so easily. The Black Hares human must have other motives for staying unmoving. Otherwise, from the looks of the atrocities, they would not be so quiet. At the same time, there were no movements from the profound wasteland side. The enchantment around the profound wasteland had already been lifted. At the moment, we do not plan to provoke them either. After all, our strength is limited, so we should first increase our strength a little. At the moment, the defense of the Heavenly Dragon City is still very good. Qin Xiang nodded his head. After all, Long Jiuxiao was an expert in formations, and their strengths were not bad too. If a Black Hares human were to attack the city, he could handle it himself, unless he was a cultivator from the spirit realm. Furthermore, Long Jiuxiao had already allied with many strong warriors, and it would be difficult to support them from all sides. For example, the 3 Money Divine City, the 3 cities inside the Spirit Wasteland, and then the hundreds of Flowers Village. Looks like I have to go outside of Devil Wasteland, where the other Black Hares human are. Qin Xiang wanted to see what the purpose of these Black Hares human were. Yes, just pay attention. Long Jiuxiao wasn't even worried about Qin Xiang. He could already feel that Qin Xiang was very strong now. Qin Xiang anxiously rushed out of the Devil Wasteland. The inside of the Devil Wasteland was already ruined by these Black Hares human, and now that they were inside the new 8 wastelands, it was like a paradise for them. These guys have all built cities. They look more and more like humans. What the L is going on? Chen Xiang stood on top of a tall mountain, looking at the few gigantic cities in the distance. I heard from Sister Viola that there are 2 types of Black Hares human. One is extremely brutal, while the other is almost human, but in my heart I still feel great hostility towards humans. This one is also the strongest. Chu Hongqing said, "Oh, how did elder sister Zilan know about this?" Qin Xiang asked. "It's the information that Yan Ran and the others found out." Chu Hongqing said, "She and Yang Xiangyin had stayed in Yan Xilan's shop for too long, and they had become very familiar with the woman inside. I almost forgot. Yan Ran and the others are experts at gathering information. However, I am still a little worried about them." Qin Xiang was indeed worried because he understood those black hairs human s. "Don't worry, Yan Ran and the others aren't weak either." Yang Xiangyin laughed. "They have so many pills to eat. How can they recover from it?" Yan Ran and Lan Lan were both good seedlings. If there were enough pills for them, they would definitely not be weak, and they were both hard-working women. After Qin Xiang observed the black hairs human for a long time, a black hairs human suddenly appeared in the forest below. Why did this guy run out by himself? Qin Xiang immediately flew down. That black hairs human was not very strong, but Qin Xiang could use a very powerful Jiangdao power. Even if his cultivation was at the 10th stage of the Dao sect, he could easily kill him, or even kill Dao sovereign stage experts. The black hairs human in the forest was emitting a black aura. From afar, it looked like he was covered in furry hair. He was jumping around in the forest while whistling. Indeed, he looked very similar to a human. If he did not have that strange appearance, then he would be a human. This black hairs human seemed to be very happy at the moment. He whistled and hopped around in the forest, randomly hitting flowers as if he was a naughty monkey. Just as the black hairs human was playing with the beast bone in his hand, Qin Xiang suddenly appeared in front of him, using the Juyang Dao power to form a rope. He tied the black hairs human up. Person. Humans. The black hairs human cried out in alarm, as if he had seen a ghost. Qin Xiang had not changed his appearance yet. He thought that he looked pretty handsome, so he wasn't that scary. "Why? You're afraid of me?" Qin Xiang sneered. I'm very scared. Don't kill me, okay?" The black hairs human immediately nodded his head. His pale face was filled with fear. The entire black hairs human was a little short, although his face was very white, but it was obvious that he was a handsome young man. Other than his fair face, his face looked no different from a human's, only that his body was covered with black qi, which was very easy to see. Qin Xiang never thought that this black hairs human would have such a reaction. He suddenly felt that these black hairs human had already changed greatly. "All right, I won't kill you, but you have to answer my question." Qin Xiang pretended to be very fierce. "I know, I'll answer you." Black hairs human quickly said, "Why did you come out yourself?" Qin Xiang asked, "Are there still any companions around here?" "I feel bored inside the city, and the higher-ups have ordered me not to leave the city on my own. I spent a lot of effort and dug a tunnel to get out of here, and I'm the only one here." The young black hairs human said, "What is your goal?" "To come out from the Devil Wasteland and build a city." Qin Xiang asked again. This was also what he was more concerned about. "You guys were previously so brutal. You should have immediately attacked this place." C. 2593. C. 2593. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, the youth sighed and said, "Big brother, you misunderstood." Qin Xiang felt that it was very strange. Other than the fact that black hairs human's outer appearance was different from a human's, other aspects were no different from a human's. "Tell me, in short." "All of the black hairs human I met before didn't even say a word and directly started killing me. There were many times where I was almost killed." Qin Xiang said coldly, www.xstxt.org. They are them, and we are us. They are different. The thing that is different from them is that what they have are gene xin, and what we have are red hearts, the heart of flesh and blood. The young black hairs human said. Qin Xiang immediately used the Dao heart eye to look. If that was really the case, then if the young black hairs human didn't say it, he wouldn't have used the Tao heart eye to look for it. There are a lot of black hairs human in Devil Wasteland. Where are they now? Chinxiang was in a bit of a mess. There were actually two kinds of black hairs human S inside the Devil Wasteland. Big brother, it's a long story. Although those fellows destroyed the spirit formation, they did not step onto this land. Instead, they drove us out. The young black hairs human sighed. Chunxiang's heart trembled. There was indeed a problem. He immediately thought of something. This is bad. Chen Xiang had a bad premonition. You all look the same, but why are your personalities so different? Chun Xiang asked again. Because they were created and we were. But we are born through reproduction, unlike them, so to speak. All right, we were originally born naturally. Because of the special places on our bodies, we were created by a single guy in accordance to our appearances, and then we were able to create a large group of those guys. The black hairs human was actually naturally nurtured. However, he felt that it was not so. Although the entire natural law divine realm was controlled by the G, D of heaven, Chen Xiang did not think that he was the one who created it. If not, he would not have been so uncaring towards this world. There are many of them, and they are controlled by a certain force, making us our enemy. However, they cannot kill us, but they can kill many humans. I don't know why, but after they broke that spirit formation, why did they not run out and stay inside instead? The teenager from Black Hairs Human said. In order to confirm what the young man said, Qin Xiang had used the soul-absorbing devil spell on him after knocking him out, searching through the memories in his mind. The youth woke up and saw Chen Xiang frowning on the side. He anxiously asked, "What happened to me just now? Why did you suddenly faint? Maybe you aren't used to the environment here, so you better not run around. Because those guys who look like you did a lot of bad things, so if you go outside, it's very easy to get killed." Qin Xiang said, "Ah, this is just as our elders said." The youth was astonished. "You should go back." Chen Xiang had already guessed something. What was constructing the city outside the Devil Wasteland was not the ferocious Black Hairs human, but a group of special species. They had a similar character to humans. On the other hand, the savage Black Hairs human was a creation, a bunch of incomplete items that could easily be controlled by evil. At night, Qin Xiang arrived at the edge of Devil Wasteland. There was actually a barrier here, and upon seeing this barrier that was even stronger than before, Chen Xiang immediately confirmed his previous speculation. The savage Black Hairs human had already been controlled, and they were all inside the Devil Wasteland now. And the reason they intentionally chased the kind-hearted Black Hairs human out was only to hide things from others. What was that group of vicious Black Hairs human doing in the Devil Wasteland? It was obvious they wanted to open the door to the great way of the evil heaven. Right now, the enchantment around the Devil Wasteland was much stronger than before, and it was clear that there were strong Tioniers who had come to set it up. Only those who had come from the divine wasteland or above could do it in such a short period of time. Qin Xiang, great landlord, you are here too. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, the great landlord had already arrived beside him. Seeing Qin Xiang's expression, great landlord seemed to know that Qin Xiang already knew a lot of things. Great landlord, those cities' Black Hairs humans should be good. Are they just a group of people? Qin Xiang asked. Yes, I didn't expect them to still be alive. What a miracle. I have already informed Little Fan and the others, telling them to not make a move. They should be looking for Long Ju Xiao very soon. Great landlord said, "What a scheme, as expected of the G. Oh, D of heaven! Was it planned by the G? Oh, D of heaven!" Qin Xiang was very surprised. Other than him, who else can control so many natural law guardians? These natural law guardians were all created by him back then. Even though it has been sealed, he had a way to awaken it. Furthermore, the DS that have sealed these natural law guardians have either died or become weaker. So the power of the seal has become much weaker. The great landlord said, Is all of this for the sake of opening the door to the great Tao of the evil heaven? Wasn't this natural law world created by him? Why are you wasting this world? Qinxiang found it hard to understand. Of course it wasn't created by him. He was just one of the founders. The others should already be dead. So he can do whatever he wants now. Perhaps it's because this natural law divine realm belonged to him alone, causing him to lose himself. The great landlord sighed. The fusion of evil wasteland and devil wasteland was also caused by him. Qinxiang said, "His power is so terrifying, we simply cannot fight against him." That's right, but his control over this world is only on a higher level. If he wanted to kill you and me, that would be impossible. This is the rule that the 8GO DS of the heavenly Tao set for the creation of this natural law world. But he can still send people to kill us. The great landlord said. Qinxiang looked at the dark depths of Devil Wasteland and said, "Should we go in?" Great landlord shook his head and sighed. "Why are you going in? The 4 fellows from Divine Wasteland are not people I can deal with. Furthermore, they chose to take place in the Devil Wasteland precisely to restrict my strength, because my creation D tree would not be able to be used in that kind of environment." Qinxiang was very clear about the world creation D tree's strength. The reason the great landlord was able to defeat 2 of the strong of Divine Wasteland S on his own was because he had the help of the world creation D tree. And right now, there are not only a few strong of Divine Wasteland S inside. The restriction that Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family and I cannot leave the sacred wasteland has been lifted. So Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family, and those guys should be inside as well. The great landlord continued. So it's useless for us to enter. Prepare our defenses and see if we can survive this crisis. The people in the evil sky were obviously much more terrifying than the black hairs human. Great landlord sighed a few times, then left on his own, no one knowing where he was heading to. In the dark night, Qinxiang stared at the Devil Wasteland inside the barrier, clenched his fist, and unleashed the white tiger jump. Ipa-S said through the barrier, entered the Devil Wasteland, and then teleported forward by himself. C. 2594. C. 2594 Qinxiang thought that even if he could not stop them, he could not let them complete their mission so easily. Although his cultivation was not high, he was extremely confident in his own strength. Inside Devil Wasteland, it was dark even in the daytime, but at night, one could imagine how dark this place was. It was extremely dark, and there was even a cold and evil aura emanating from it. Qinxiang used the counterpower to conceal himself and carefully advanced forward. Previously, when he was using the counterpower, he was not discovered by the strong of Divine Wasteland, so he was not worried about being detected right now. There's a black hairs human. Qinxiang suddenly felt something moving on the ground. He immediately used the Tao Heart Eye to check, and it was actually over 1 million black hairs human S. They are all relatively weak. Qinxiang looked carefully and did not realize that Gene XN was the larger one, but the smaller ones instead, causing him to be able to immediately determine the strength of the black hairs human S. He obviously would not let so many black hairs human S go. He searched around, but did not find any other black hairs human, so he guessed that these black hairs human S were temporarily placed here. And they seemed to be releasing the power in their bodies. Could they be channeling their primitive Tao power into the ground? Qinxiang was shocked. He had originally thought that only by killing off black hairs human would he be able to obtain the primitive Tao power in their bodies. Just what kind of power is the primitive Tao power to be able to open the door to a single-level world? Qinxiang came to the top of this group of black hairs human, and then activated Devouring Magic Kung Fu, causing himself to produce a strong suction force that sucked in the primitive Tao power this group of black hairs human S had released. Originally, the primitive Tao power of the black hairs human S flowed into the ground, but now it was all sent flying towards Qinxiang. Qinxiang had opened 10 stages of Tao Profound Door, So he used the devouring magic kung fu to activate the gate, causing the strong suction force produced by the tenfold door to be extremely terrifying. I didn't expect that it would be so fast when I used the 10-layered mysterious gate to devour energy. Chun Xiang was secretly delighted as he continued to absorb the primitive Tao power. Very quickly, he condensed a grain-sized grain inside the divine sense sea. It was condensed from the primitive Tao power. Chun Xiang did not dare to try how much power he had. He was afraid that if the power was too strong, it would alarm the other rankers in the place. The power that Chun Xiang was absorbing the primitive Tao power increased. But what he did not expect was that the black hairs human S below him dried up very quickly, becoming desiccated corpses on the ground. He had originally planned to kill them all. It's still just a grain of rice. It hasn't grown that much. I wonder what use does the primitive Tao power have? Chun Xiang was very curious at the moment. Then he took out the chuangs, H-I plus G-O-D furnace, and used the power of S-P-A-C to move the shriveled corpses of the black hairs human into the chuangs, H-I plus G-O-D furnace. Afterwards, Chun Xiang went to look for other black hairs human. He felt that the current number of primitive Tao power was not enough, and moreover, it could not be used again. Strange, I can only absorb these black hairs human S when they release their primitive Tao power. Previously, when I was fighting against so many of them, I didn't even feel a trace of their primitive Tao power. Chun Xiang suddenly felt suspicious. He had killed a lot of black hairs human before too. Could it be that all of these black hairs human have hidden traps within their bodies? Only when they need to release their own primitive Tao power will they be released. Chun Xiang immediately thought of something. Natural law guardians should be created by the 8G-O-DS of the heavenly Tao using a large number of primitive Tao power S. In the end, they had to seal them away. 7 of the 8G-O-DS had died, and the remaining one was actually able to extract the primitive Tao power from the bodies of the natural law guardians S. This must have been caused by the still alive G-O-D of heaven. It seems that this plan was carried out very early on. The more Chun Xiang thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Soon enough, he found another group of black hairs human. Chun Xiang floated above the black hairs human, and just like before, he used the devouring magic kung fu to devour the released primitive Tao power. The devouring power released after opening the tenfold door is powerful. The absorption speed is too fast. Chun Xiang was secretly pleased. At this time, the particle from the primitive Tao power in his divine sense, had finally grown a little. Just like this, Chun Xiang absorbed 100 batches of black hairs human, making a total of over 100 million, but he only managed to condense a very small pearl. There were a lot of black hairs human S, especially within the Devil Wasteland S and the Devil Wasteland S. So Chun Xiang was not worried about the problem with the primitive Tao power, he was only worried about being discovered. I need at least 8, then I can use the 8 primitive Tao power pearls to refine pills, and use the crash method to refine them. Only by doing so can I refine an even more powerful primitive Tao power, and then see if I can use the primitive Tao power to condense a primitive Tao power gate. This was what Chun Xiang was thinking. He felt that the primitive Tao power must be very strong, although he could condense a pearl inside the divine sense sea, but after using it, he would be done for. He needed an endless stream of primitive Tao power. If he could condense a profound door capable of absorbing primitive Tao power S from the great way of the law, that would be the best method. Of course, all of this was only in Chun Xiang's imagination. He didn't even know if it would succeed or not. The further he went, the faster Chun Xiang's absorption speed increased. Previously, he only took more than 4 hours to absorb the 100 million black hairs human S. Could it be that all of the black hairs human S here have been arranged to release their primitive Tao power in some place, which should be arranged according to the location of the formation? It seems like doing this can ruin their progress. Chun Xiang seemed to have found the rule of the location of the black hare's human S. Only by setting up the array would there be this rule, which was why he had this guess. After a few days, Pa S said he had devoured 800 batches of black hare's human, adding up to a total of over 800 million, and had finally condensed 8 primitive Tau power pearls. However, the people who laid the array inside also noticed it. Because the progress of the array was extremely slow, it was very different from their previous predictions. And when they checked, all the black hare's human S that they had placed in their designated positions had disappeared. When Chun Xiang devours black hare's human will become a dried-up corpse, and will use this as a tool to squeeze out the last of the primitive Tau power. There are at least billions of black hare's human in here. I only got rid of 800 million. Chun Xiang sighed. He could also sense several powerful auras in several different directions, and they were all extremely active, as though they were searching for something. The Devil Wasteland could not stay for long, and Chun Xiang had already killed many of the black hare's human, so he quickly retreated and prepared to refine primitive Tau power S. He wanted to use the crash method to concoct pills, and wanted to see how strong the primitive Tau power would be. C-2595 once Chun Xiang left the Devil Wasteland. He immediately headed towards the Beast Wasteland, and went to Du Xiaoling's underground poison palace. Although there were poisonous flowers, poisonous herbs, and some things everywhere, every time Chun Xiang smelled that fragrance, he felt refreshed. As soon as he arrived, he saw that there was a very large jade vat in the front of the house, with a beautiful lady soaking in it. It was actually Xia Beiling. Xia Beiling's eyes were closed, as if she was in deep sleep, submerged in the jade vat. Even though her head was exposed, her beautiful body could still be seen through the clear and calm water. At the beginning, Chun Xiang was lost in thought, but when he remembered that Xia Beiling was a woman with different personalities, he forcefully speeded his gaze away so that he wouldn't be discovered by Xia Beiling. But just as he turned his head, he heard Xia Beiling laugh. "Coward! You're a perverted one, but don't have the guts!" Chun Xiang wanted to turn his head and look again, but he resisted the urge. He looked at a strange purple flower that was in full bloom and said, "Sister Beiling, I accidentally saw you earlier, coupled with your beauty. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Please forgive me. There's no need for you to be so polite with me. Last time, you did it in front of me with Ziqian." Xia Beiling let out a lovable snort, then took out a long and slender asterisk from the jade vat. "TL, you come over here and help me rub my feet." Xia Beiling shouted. Men and women shouldn't be so intimate with each other. Chun Xiang coughed dryly. "What are you pretending for? Hurry over." Xia Beiling shouted snappily. Chun Xiang had no choice but to walk over, grab her tender feet, and then gently rub them as he asked, "Why are you rubbing your feet? Weren't you soaking in these things right now to turn you into a body of impenetrable?" While Chun Xiang was speaking, his eyes kept glancing inside the jade vat and through the clear and rippling water. He could vaguely see some beautiful things, but Xia Beiling was playing with the water, the ripples of the water making it very blurry. "It's nothing. I just want to see how I'm soaking now. Although I can lift my leg now, I can't feel that you're touching my foot. If I can feel it, then I'm done today." Xia Beiling laughed tenderly. "I will soon be able to cultivate the body of impenetrable. At that time, I will no longer be afraid of poison." "What is this water made of?" "Sister Beiling, after soaking it in the water for so many days, it looks much better. The more I look at it, the better it looks." Chun Xiang laughed. "Little scoundrel, don't treat me the sweetest. I don't even know who you are." Xia Beiling chuckled. "You're so evil, especially last time." Chun Xiang curled his lips. "I didn't do it on purpose either. I thought you had fainted, but who would have known you would be so conscious?" Xia Beiling stared at Chun Xiang, as if he had sensed something, and then shouted, "Little scoundrel, lean your head over here." "What are you doing? Do you want to kiss me?" Chun Xiang laughed. "You wish, hurry up," Xia Beiling anxiously shouted. Chun Xiang leaned his head over, and at this moment he was also able to watch Xia Beiling's beautiful face up close. Just as he wanted to pinch Xia Beiling's face, his own face was pinched by Xia Beiling first. "Ah, this is infinite Dao Qi." Xia Beiling pinched a piece of meat on Chun Xiang's face and was very surprised. "How did you manage to cultivate boundless Dao Qi? This is something that requires a very strong body to nurture." "There's nothing I can do about it. I'm just that amazing. Have you fallen for me?" Chun Xiang said with a smile, and then he also reached out his hand to touch Xia Beiling's face. He had touched Xia Beiling's face before, but back then he had not been able to cultivate the limitless Dao Qi, so he could not sense it. "You do too," Chun Xiang said. Xia Beiling slapped Chun Xiang's hand away and said, "Of course there is. My physical body is also very strong, no? Where's elder sister Xiao Ling and sister Ziqian? Why didn't I see them?" Chun Xiang said, "Shouldn't they be the ones watching you take a bath?" "I used to need them to watch from the side, but now I don't need them anymore. I can handle it myself." Xia Beiling said, "They have all left. Quickly tell me about the situation outside. I have not been out for a long time, and what kind of strength you have now. I can't see through you." "Me. I am at the second level of Dao SHI plus realm. The situation outside is very complicated. It is extremely difficult to put into words. Wait for elder sister Xiaoling and the rest come back. I will tell you all together." Chun Xiang said, "Little scoundrel, this jade vat is very big. It's big enough to hold a single person. Come down and soak in it with me. It's very comfortable." Xia Beiling suddenly laughed. "Really?" Chun Xiang became excited and anxiously said, "Of course it's true. Come down quickly." Xia Beiling said very seriously. Chun Xiang anxiously took off his clothes. But just as he was about to take off his clothes, Xia Beiling suddenly laughed. "I was lying to you. Look at how anxious you are, little scoundrel." Seeing Xia Beiling giggling and Chun Xiang getting teased again, she felt extremely unhappy and wanted to take Xia Beiling on the spot. Just as Xia Beiling was laughing until his branches trembled, Chun Xiang leaned his head over and forcefully kissed the mischievous little demon girl who was teasing him. When she was in Hundreds of Flowers village, she knew that Chun Xiang had always been a guy that had a lecherous heart and no guts. Furthermore, his mental fort. 1. Toot had always been pretty good, which was why she had unscrupulously teased Chun Xiang, but now she didn't expect Chun Xiang to forcefully kiss her. "Little scoundrel, I won't let you off, woo-woo," Xia Beiling said to Chun Xiang through sound transmission. Her small mouth had already been sealed by the remnants. It was unknown whether it was because she was soaked in that special water, causing her strength to be unable to come out, or because she was a little antic. 1. P. Aiding something from the bottom of her heart. In short, under Chun Xiang's guidance, she was a little fond of this feeling, and it even gradually quietened down as she held Chun Xiang's neck. "Ka-ka!" The sound of the stone door opening suddenly echoed. When the three women entered, they saw Chun Xiang standing beside the jade vat, bowing with his head lowered, and kissing intimately with Xia Beiling, who was soaking in the jade vat. "You all, what are you guys doing? Are you guys cultivating?" Du Shaoling chuckled. At this time, Chun Xiang and Xia Beiling finally reacted. Xia Beiling pushed Chun Xiang away and looked at him resentfully. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. "Sister Qinlian, you're here too. Where did you go?" Chun Xiang wiped his mouth as if nothing happened just now and walked over with a giggle. He was already shameless to the extreme. Even by Ziqian and LV Qinlian snorted. Du Shaoling did not care about this and said, "We were planning to go out and capture Black Hair's human, but we did not expect that Black Hair's human would not come out and instead obtained a good thing." As he said that, Du Xiaoling took out a red ribbon that glimmered with a bewitching red light. This is the soul poison. Chunxiang shouted in shock. See, 2596. See, 2596. Chunxiang had seen the introduction of soul poison from the heavenly alchemy before. It was a type of thing that specifically poisoned the soul. This kind of poison was extremely terrifying. If it was refined properly, it could produce a very terrifying poison power and destroy a person's soul. He also found out from the heavenly alchemy that there was once a city whose people were infected with this kind of soul poison. And although the people in the city weren't dead, after being controlled by the soul poison, they would sacre one another and specifically eat people to maintain the growth of the soul poison in their bodies. Ah, you're really something. Truly amazing. Very few people know about this sort of thing. Now, it was Du Xiaoling's turn to be surprised. The heavenly alchemy came from the divine wasteland, and much of Du Xiaoling's knowledge was related to the things in the divine wasteland. So she felt that Chunxiang should not know. You have to be careful with this kind of thing. This thing is as difficult to control as death poison. Chunxiang said, Of course I know. I'm just curious as to why such a thing would appear here. Normally, only the people in divine wasteland would have the ability to create such a thing. Du Xiaoling frowned. Where did you get it? Chunxiang asked. Devil Wasteland. We will go to Devil Wasteland to catch Black Hair's human and use it for research. We will see what kind of poison is best for Black Hair's human. Du Xiaoling said. Chunxiang immediately thought of something. There were experts from the divine wasteland. At this time, Bai Ziqian and LV Qinlian had already reached the side of the jade vat. They worked together to help Xia Beiling absorb the energy quickly. Little scoundrel, you just said that the situation outside is very complicated. We'll talk about it when elder sister Xiaoling and the others return. You can tell us about it now. Xia Beiling said. Chunxiang nodded and then told them about the scheme of the D of heaven. After Du Xiaoling heard it, he did not feel surprised at all. So that's how it is. I already felt it was strange. But luckily we did not make any moves against the group of Black Hair's human outside the Devil Wasteland. Of course they couldn't find it. The Black Hair's human outside the Devil Wasteland were basically all devoured by Chunxiang, and none of them went deep. Does Big Sister know about this? Did you go and tell her? LV Qinlian asked. Not yet, but she will know soon enough. Anyway, everyone needs to be prepared. When Chunxiang arrived beside the jade vat, he stuck out his tongue at him. Then he covered his chest and shouted, You are not allowed to look. If you don't want to watch, then don't. It's not like you want to fight. Chunxiang laughed, full of ridicule. Little scoundrel, wait for me to come out. I'm not done with you. Xia Beiling shouted. Chunxiang walked into the hut and said, I need to concoct pills. It's more important. Do you have a secret room or something here? There's a secret underground room here. I'll take you there. Du Xiaoling walked over and brought Chunxiang to the secret underground room. After arriving here, Du Xiaoling asked in a low voice, Chunxiang, did you manage to cultivate the infinite Dao power? Du Xiaoling was a Dao Ji. D after all, and Chunxiang wasn't prepared for her, so he didn't intentionally suppress his aura. Furthermore, since he was so close to her, she could easily detect his presence. Yes, I came out from eating Dao Ji. D Emperor Yuan Dan. Chunxiang nodded. In other words, your current Tao profound door must be very powerful. Du Xiaoling laughed. Maybe after you become a Dao Lord, you will be stronger than me. I'll know when the time comes. Chunxiang said, I plan to make a trip to Hundreds of Flowers Village with Ziqian. Ziqian said that she wants to take me for a walk, and she herself has never played around inside properly. Right now, she can completely control the poison in her body and can frequently contact other people. Du Xiaoling said, If you want to refine pills here, then come with us back to the Hundreds of Flowers Village. I will stay here. I have to make a trip to the Devil Wasteland since I am closer to the Devil Wasteland. Qinxiang said, Elder Sister Shaoling, help me bring back a message and some medicinal ingredients. Qinxiang gave Du Shaoling a few ingredients that could refine Dao Ji. Oh, D Emperor Yuandan, as well as the experience of Dao Ji. Oh, D Emperor Yuandan using crash method to refine. These were all made up of Dao Ji. Oh, D Emperor Yuandan that Feng Yujie and the others could refine their own crash method. Yes, both Qinlian and Bai Ling will be here. Bai Ling will need to soak in that thing for another 10 days before succeeding. Du Shaoling nodded. That was why she wanted to see Su Yuqing. At the same time, she wanted to get to know the girls in Hundreds of Flowers Village, because she was the same as Bai Ziqian, who rarely came into contact with others. Now that she had already escaped from control, she wanted to get to know more people. She had heard LV Qinlian and Xia Beiling talk about the girls in the Hundreds of Flowers Village before, and she also planned to join the Hundreds of Flowers Village in the future and become one of them. Du Shaoling and Bai Ziqian left. LV Qinlian was here, helping Xia Beiling absorb the energy from the water, and Qinxiang, who was supposed to refine pills, also ran up to the stage to help him refine the poison. Sister Qinlian, what poison are you refining? It smells so good. Qinxiang was inside the small hut watching LV Qinlian seriously refining a type of purple flower, wanting to turn it into medicinal powder. This is the purple blood poison. After being poisoned, the blood will turn black. If it is unable to be removed within 3 days and 3 nights, the purple poison blood will solidify and cause great harm to one's body. This is not a powerful poison. LV Qinlian smiled sweetly. Qinxiang's nose twitched, and he once again smelled an extremely strange and infinitely attractive fragrance. What is this? It's so familiar. Qinxiang said. Ah. LV Qinlian suddenly lowered her head, her face red. This is the love poison in my body, but you don't have to worry. Right now, my poison is not poisonous. So it's like that. Qinxiang looked at the bless. H.I. plussing LV Qinlian. Just when Qinxiang had the urge to, he suddenly raised his head, his face full of charms, his eyes full of flirting and flirting. Looking extremely flirtatious, she laughed softly. The last time you kissed me was many years ago. Now, in the blink of an eye, you little rascal have eaten Ziqian. This. You know. Seeing the charming LV Qinlian in front of him, who was slightly embarrassed, said. Qinxiang became even more impulsive. Although LV Qinlian was lovely, she was not as bold as Hua Xiangyue and Su Meiyao. Looking at LV Qinlian's blurry eyes and smelling the unique fragrance of the Emperor's lotus, Qinxiang unknowingly fell into a very warm and sweet trance. Unknowingly, he and LV Qinlian had already embraced and kissed, and the two of them started to entangle each other inside the small hut. This little be asterisk starred, it's this little wooden house again. And when Big Sister is awake, he's eating another woman covered in poison. Xia Beiling, who was soaking in the jade vat outside, muttered. The voice was filled with jealousy. C. 2597. C. 2597. After Qinxiang was done, it was unknown how long he had been immersed in this craziness. At this moment, he felt an indescribable tiredness, but it was also an incomparably wonderful feeling. I'm sorry, but this is the first time I've experienced such an experience, and it's hard to control the love poison. However, it won't harm you. It will only make you tired for a few days. LV Qinlian kissed Qinxiang's forehead and said sweetly and gently, Why does your poison have this kind of effect? Qinxiang asked somewhat powerlessly. When he was in a Pa-S cyanate relations, H.I. plus P with LV Qinlian, he also felt that he could not stop, as if he had been poisoned. Love poison. Of course it's to urge you to do all sorts of things, to let you be poisoned, and you are someone I love deeply, so you will be even more poisoned. LV Qinlian laughed. But don't worry, I won't hurt you. It's just that this is my first time experiencing it, and I can't control it. Are the two of you enough? Come out and help me absorb them. Outside, Xia Beiling shouted. It's been 3 days and 3 nights. You guys are crazy enough. I have to say that little scoundrel's physique is really good. Seeing Chen Xiang's astonished expression, LV Qinlian blushed and then, with a gentle smile, walked out of the small hut. 3 days and 3 nights. Chen Xiang was surprised, and it was continuous, but he himself did not feel it. Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin kept on giggling inside the Yao Mountain Villa. They knew what was going on very well. Xia Beiling's voice came from outside. Qinlian, that emotional poison of yours is really powerful, especially to that little scoundrel. Hee. And you must have obtained quite a few benefits from him. LV Qinlian chuckled. Sister Bailing, he has absorbed quite a bit of my poison. In the future, when he ACC you, mulats it in his body, not only will his impenetrable be sufficient to cure the poison, but he will also be able to cure it. So powerful. I want your L-U-S-T poison as well, Xia Beiling immediately said after hearing it. That won't do, because that will only work for the man I love. Even if you like you're not a man, so it won't work. LV Qinlian laughed. Chen Xiang, who was in the small cabin, only closed his eyes to rest for a while and quickly became spirited. He didn't know why, but it seemed like he could smell the intoxicating poison in LV Qinlian's body at any time, making him feel energized. You two little girls, what are you laughing at? Do you believe that I won't punish you? Chen Xiang laughed and scolded the 2 girls inside the Yao Mountain Villa. Master, come here. Chu Hongqing ridiculed. Yang Xiangyin did not speak. She recalled that day when she kissed Chen Xiang and her heart was filled with antic. P-ation, not to mention that Chen Xiang was her master. She had no complaints about anything Chen Xiang did to her. Am I poisoned too deeply? Why can you always smell the fragrance of Qinlian's body? Chen Xiang was extremely suspicious, as if he could smell it all the time. However, when he told Yang Xiangyin and Chu Hongqing to come out, they didn't smell anything. Wait until elder sister Shaoling comes back, then ask her. Yang Xiangyin said. N. Chen Xiang took out his pill furnace and prepared to refine it. The pills he was concocting right now were extremely special, and he would be using 8 primitive Tao power orbs to concoct Crash Method S. As for what would happen in the end, he himself was not sure, so he could only give it a try. In order to not let LV Qinlian and Xia Beiling, who were above, be bored to death, Chen Xiang asked Yang Xiangyin and Chu Hongqing to go out and accompany them, especially Yang Xiangyin's zither music, which was very depressing. Xia Beiling had liked it a lot, and while LV Qinlian was refining poisons and listening to Yang Xiangyin's unique zither music, he also felt that his heart was extremely calm, allowing her to stay in an extremely good state. Although this was a garden filled with poisonous flowers, poisonous plants, and poisons, right now, it was reverberating with a beautiful zither song. A strange, intoxicating fragrance wafted in the air, causing the people inside to feel extremely peaceful. However, just as the 4 girls were enjoying the wonderful scene, the ground suddenly shook and a UF-led explosion sounded out. What's wrong? LV Qinlian asked anxiously. Master is concocting pills. He's concocting a very powerful pill, so it's normal for him to have some activity. Chu Hongqing anxiously said. LV Qinlian knew that Chen Xiang was powerful when he was refining pills, but she had rarely seen him refining pills of the highest quality, so she did not know much about it. How good is he at concocting those pills? Xia Beiling hurriedly asked. It had been a long time since she had tried to concoct pills. She had often concocted poisons, and after not meeting Chen Xiang for so long, Chen Xiang had actually gotten even stronger. She knew that Chen Xiang had definitely concocted many powerful pills, which was why he could break through so quickly. I can't explain either. The ingredients for this pill are extremely unique. and they aren't common medicinal herbs. Chu Hongqing said. As for whether or not Qin Xiang could succeed, even Qin Xiang himself was not sure, so he was even more unsure. However, Chu Hongqing knew about Qin Xiang refining the Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, and the Nine-Yang Emperor Profound Core, which was also what Qin Xiang had told her later. Previously, she had also been in the Yu Yao mountain villa to learn how to rush forward and refine pills. She would tell Xia Beiling and LV Qinlian about these things right now. She knew that Xia Beiling and LV Qinlian were extremely close to each other, and they wanted to know more about Qin Xiang's situation. I have eaten the Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan that Sister Qiao Yan refined. However, I have not gone through any collision refining, so the improvement of my body is very big. LV Qinlian said, Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan S are middle-tier Emperor stage pellets. They cultivate Dao Ji, D gold body flesh, so the increase in their bodies is naturally huge. However, after the collision, the medicinal effects will be even greater. This is the strength of the little scoundrel. I definitely won't be able to do what he did. This guy, he actually managed to get to the 4 crash. He's truly a monster. With regards to this, Xia Beiling had no choice but to admire Qin Xiang. LV Qinlian nodded and said, Mei Yao and the others have told me before that it would be very difficult for them to grasp the crash method as well. Sister Bailing, why don't you join their pill refining team and refine pills together with them? They have a method that allows you to refine pills with a connected heart and form a whole. Furthermore, there are great improvements in all aspects, making it much easier for you to use the crash method. MN, I'll go once I finish cultivating the impenetrable's physique. Nodded. She had understood this method before when she was in hundreds of Flowers Village. It was previously called the 7 Souls Refinement, but later on there were many women who joined in the refinement, so she changed her name to Heart Connecting Refinement. The few girls were chatting happily on top, while Qin Xiang, who was pill refining below, was covered in blood, with 7 holes on his head bleeding. It looked like he was severely injured. All right. What a strong primitive Tao power. The instant Qin Xiang had used the crash method, he had become like this. He had also used all his strength to suppress the explosive power, otherwise it would have completely leaked out. Although he was severely injured, he managed to preserve the force of the charge. All of it was inside the chuangs. H-I plus G, D furnace. C, 2598. C, 2598, full text reading. Qin Xiang looked at the white brilliance inside the pill furnace. He had not merged yet, and Qin Xiang did not have the power to fuse the white brilliance either. However, just as he was about to rest, the white light in the furnace suddenly flickered. As it flickered, the light B, AL, L, S, large and small, suddenly gathered together and merged together. According to the time Qin Xiang had refined the Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, only when he charged out of the Spirit Ji, D Realm would he consciously fuse together. And now he had just activated Crash, and it actually gave birth to a spiritual God. This meant that the primitive Tao power itself contained a very strong power. He had to go through a lot of Crash to refine a Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan before that to get a spiritual D pill God. This was the first time Qin Xiang suffered such a heavy injury during pill forging. One had to know that he was extremely powerful now. His body had a tremendous amount of infinity qi, and even with such a strong physique, he was injured to such an extent. Can I condense my own pill? Qin Xiang saw that the white light inside the pill furnace had already shrunk and condensed into a huge ball of light. Right now, Qin Xiang was extremely weak and could not take out any more spirit energy to condense the pellet. It was not only his fleshly body that suffered the most damage, it was also the divine sense C that suffered the most. I wonder when I will be able to recover. I have underestimated the might of this primitive Tao power to actually be so terrifying. Qin Xiang blamed himself in his heart. Right now, it was an extremely critical period. Yet he had actually caused himself to receive such a serious injury. What made him feel gratified was that the primitive Tao power in the furnace was only controlled by his very weak consciousness and actually condensed into a pellet by himself, quickly condensing it into a pellet that shone with a white light. After condensing the pill, Qin Xiang immediately opened the lid of the pill furnace, and the instant it did, an invisible current of air flowed out. The aura he gave off immediately became much stronger, and the pain in his body gradually disappeared. Such powerful healing power, it actually helped me recover so much in such a short amount of time. Chen Xiang was ecstatic, and then he ate the primordial Tao pill. After eating it, he did not need to intentionally refine it. The pill would fuse itself into Qin Xiang's body and divine sense C, and with that, Qin Xiang closed his eyes and used his mind to control the medicinal energy to cultivate a Tao profound door. His previous goal was to see if he can cultivate a Tao profound door to the primitive Tao power profound gate. That way, he would be able to obtain an endless amount of primitive Tao power. The primitive Tao power is very powerful, that's for sure. Qin Xiang was looking forward to it now. He had just personally experienced it himself, and even he who had such a powerful physical body was severely injured by the waves of the primitive Tao power. Therefore, he was very sure about the power of this primitive Tao power. If he could control it, his strength would definitely become even stronger. Not long after consuming the primordial Tao pill, Chen Xiang felt that the injuries on his body had almost healed. It was just that he was still feeling a little uncomfortable inside the divine sense. Under Chen Xiang's control, they crazily channeled into one of the Tao profound door, continuously tempering the entire Tao profound door. The number of times a primitive Tao power was refined increased, and it was extremely overbearing as well. Qin Xiang's 10-stage Tao profound door had already evolved 2 times. One was the spatial profound gate, and the other was the flame profound gate. Although he had only trained in 2 profound gates of the laws, it was enough for him to obtain extremely formidable strength. Of course, what he displayed even more was this primitive Tao power and mysterious gate. Now that he saw the Tao profound door that was being tempered by the primitive Tao power, he was very confident that he could cultivate a Tao profound door that could stand out from them all. SSES. As time slowly passed, said the primitive Tao power's refinement of the Tao profound door was also slowly progressing. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. When he was injured, he thought that it would take a year or so for him to recover. However, a few days ago he had already recovered to his peak, so he did not expect that the recovery rate of his primitive Tao power was that strong. I've succeeded. I've successfully cultivated a primordial mysterious gate. Qin Xiang was extremely excited in his heart, and then he controlled the primordial profound door to open a little, absorbing some primitive Tao power. These primitive Tao power were much purer than the ones he had obtained from the black hairs human. The primitive Tao power is indeed very strong. Chen Xiang controlled a bit of primitive Tao power and poured it into his arm. Originally, he planned to use it together with the infinite Tao power in his body. But then he realized that the primitive Tao power had absorbed the infinite Tao power and became even stronger. Just a small amount of the primitive Tao power caused him to feel that his arm contained an extremely terrifying power, and that this power did not pass through multiple profound doors. He felt that if he were to pass through the 10th dark gate, the power would be even greater. Chen Xiang walked out of the secret underground room. When he arrived at the garden, he saw Xia Beiling running around happily, chasing after a crow that was flying extremely fast. Sister Beiling. After Chen Xiang shouted, Xia Beiling immediately ran over. What pill are you refining? Such a huge commotion. Xia Beiling asked curiously. Secret. Chen Xiang laughed, then looked at Yang Shangyin and Chu Hongqing, allowing the 2 of them to enter the Yao Mountain Villa. Humph, I hate you. You're keeping me in suspense. Xia Beiling snorted. LV Qinlian was refining poison in an array disc. She was doing this to prevent the poison from leaking and endangering Chu Hongqing and Yang Shengyin. Qinlian, haven't the elder sister Xiaoling and the others returned? Qin Xiang asked. No, they should still be in hundreds of Flowers Village. LV Qinlian said. Is there anything you need from them? There are some things I want to ask elder sister Xiaoling. Qin Xiang said he just wanted to ask about the primitive Tao power. He felt that Du Xiaoling should know a little about it. Xia Beiling said, I also plan to go to hundreds of Flowers Village to refine pills with the girls. Let's go back together. LV Qinlian kept the work at hand and laughed. Come, let's go back together now. After that, Xia Beiling pulled Qin Xiang and LV Qinlian's hands and teleported outside of hundreds of Flowers Village. Xia Beiling's spatial energy was also very strong, but Qin Xiang could do it too. After entering the hundreds of Flowers Village, Du Xiaoling and Bai Ziqian was there chatting with a few women. Originally, Qin Xiang had planned to go and tease the beauties inside, but he was called away by LV Qilian. He could only go inside LV Qilian's room. There were also Long Huishan, Long Shuangru, and Feng Yujie. What is it? Qin Xiang asked. It has to do with the Heavenly Evil Road. Some time ago the great landlord came to find us. He told us to be prepared to deal with the enemies inside. LV Qilian said in a serious tone. From his tone, the people in the Evil Heaven Road are very scary. C. 2599. C. 2599. My father is already preparing. Right now, the only thing we can do is to increase our defense, lay a powerful spirit formation, and then develop it. Long Shuangru said, Other than that, there is no other way. We are not a match for the evil way. I've already asked the warg, D team, to return. A while ago, your master was captured and threatened. We were worried about this, so we asked them to come back. They are all your weakness. Long Huishan laughed helplessly. Qin Xiang pondered for a moment, then asked, Sister Feng, are you able to concoct the second crash's middle-grade Emperor stage pills? Third, but I need the cooperation of 3 people. Currently, I will divide them all into small groups of 3 to refine the super high-quality Dao Ji, D Emperor Yuan Dan, and Nanyang Emperor Profound Core. Feng Yujie said, when you guys train in Tao Profound Door, try to open it up to 50 times or even higher. Qin Xiang said, Qin Xiang had asked Du Xiaoling to pass the message earlier, so LV Qilian and the others knew the importance of cultivating in the Tao Profound Door. Qin Xiang was completely opened by the Tao Profound Door now, but they didn't have the conditions that Qin Xiang did because they needed a lot of Dao Ji D Emperor Yuan Dan. Don't worry about that. We've already agreed on it. It's still difficult to completely open the 80 points like you, but 80 shouldn't be a problem, but it will take some time. Feng Yujie laughed. You don't need to worry about us refining pills. We can do it ourselves. Good. I plan to make a trip to the Devil Wasteland. The gate to the Great Way of the Evil Heaven is probably right inside. I need to check it out first. Qin Xiang said, Is there any danger? Why don't you accompany elder sister Xiaoling? LV Qilian said, She went to Devil Wasteland with Ziqian before. No need. It's better if she stays here. Qin Xiang said, If Du Xiaoling was here, even if Heavenly Dragon City and hundreds of Flowers Village were to be surrounded and attacked, with her and Great Landlord working together, they would definitely be able to handle it. Seeing that Qin Xiang wanted to take the risk and explore the Devil Wasteland, Long Huishan tactfully pulled Long Shuangru out of the room, allowing Feng Yujie and LV Qilian to accompany him for a while. As soon as Long Huishan and Long Shuangru left, their faces flushed red and they snorted lightly. What are you laughing at? Quickly come in. LV Qilian rolled his eyes at the Qin Xiang, who was currently laughing naughtily, and then walked into the room. Little scoundrel, you got Ziqian in your hands, sure. Feng Yujie lightly pinched the flesh on Qin Xiang's arm. Qin Xiang carried Feng Yujie with a smile, and then came to a large bed. He began to play with the two girls on it. D.A.M. Ned, little scoundrel, why do you have the faint fragrance of an emperor's lotus on you? It can't be. You even harmed Qinlian. L.V. Qilian was her sister. She never thought that this would happen so suddenly. Yeah, do you want to call her in? You sisters. Before Chun Xiang could finish, he was pinched painfully by L.V. Qilian. After that, Qin Xiang had a good time with the two girls. Outside, Long Huishan and Long Shuangru heard the voices from inside and secretly looked down at Qin Xiang. This guy, relying on his own impenetrable, ate both Qinlian and Ziqian. What a little scoundrel. Long Shuangru laughed softly. Back then, Qin Xiang had also teased her before, when Qin Xiang was still very weak back then, but he did not care about his life as he teased her, this dragon. Humph, you don't know. I've been taken advantage of by this little scoundrel before. Long Huishan also felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Previously, Chun Xiang had kissed her, and she had known him for a long time. Even though the two of them had addressed each other as brother and sister, they had a very special relations. H.I. plus P. We should hurry up and delay Shui. If she finds out that Chun Xiang is inside, she would definitely join in the argument. At that time, it wouldn't be good. Long Huishan laughed. Long Shuangru also smiled, then nodded, and went to look for Long Shui with Long Huishan. It was already past midnight after Chen Xiang finished being happy, but Xue Xianxian and the others did not rest as they were still busy studying array formations. Chen Xiang had already found out that the great landlord had given him some things related to array formations, so they had been completely immersed in it. Chen Xiang had originally planned to chat with them, but after seeing them researching array formations so enthusiastically, he decided to kiss them, and then leave the hundreds of Flowers Village. Devil Wasteland. There is a very strong barrier here, much stronger than the previous one, but Chun Xiang can still enter. What surprised him the most was that Du Shaoling could actually enter the Devil Wasteland as well. She had previously brought by Ziqian and L.V. Qinlian to the Devil Wasteland to look for the Black Hare's human. On one hand, Chen Xiang was here to investigate the great way of the evil heaven, and on the other hand, he was here to see how powerful the primordial profound gate was. He had kept the matter of the primordial profound gate a secret and never told anyone else. When L.V. Qinlian and Feng Yujie had been making love with him, he had also discovered that strange power on his body. After Qin Xiang entered a deeper part of the Devil Wasteland, he rubbed his hands together and secretly brought out a few primitive Tao Power S from the primordial profound gate, and then controlled them to Pa S through the first layer of the profound door. Just as the primitive Tao Power entered the first layer of the profound door, Qin Xiang's entire body was in intense pain, as if the divine sense he was going to collapse. He roared, forcing the primitive Tao Power out of his body. At this time, the earth also violently trembled. The surrounding thousands of miles of earth started to crumble. Following the eruption of the primitive Tao Power, the surrounding thousands of meters of soil were all turned into dust, causing a very deep place to suddenly appear. Chun Xiang was sweating profusely as he floated in the air, panting. The primitive Tao Power was only able to Pa S through the first layer of the gate, yet it already possessed such terrifying power, and the energy it could burst out was extremely violent as well. If he could control it, then it would be even more powerful through the method. This is too terrifying. My current physical body is unable to withstand this power. Chun Xiang immediately used counterpower to make himself invisible. With how loud the commotion was just now, he would definitely be noticed. When he had first Pa S said through the Tao profound door while using the infinite Tao power, he had this experience as well. The primitive Tao power has already fused with the infinite Tao power, so it's even more frightening. I need to hurry up and raise my physical body, otherwise I won't be able to control such a terrifying power. Chun Xiang planned to not Pa S through the Tao profound door the next time he used it. His Tao Profound door was already completely open, so the time he said through the Tao Profound door, it became extremely terrifying, causing his body to be unable to endure it. He could use it even if he did not use the Tao Profound door, but he did not know how strong it was. He continuously moved forward, and suddenly saw a red ring of light in front of him. He approached and discovered that it was a very large red screen. At this moment, there were many people walking out from the red screen. Evil Heaven's Gate, Chen Xiang thought. C. 2600. C. 2600. Although Chen Xiang had killed many Black Hairs human, he had not been able to stop the door from opening, and he had not slowed down his speed by much. He had observed from afar, but he did not dare to approach. There was a strong of divine wasteland over there. The people that came from the Evil Heaven Gate all looked like humans. They had already built 3 huge cities, and the Black Hairs human had become their slaves. Just how strong are those guys from the Sky Evil Dao? Chun Xiang moved closer and closer. He could now see even more clearly that the people inside the streets of the Evil Sky looked no different from the people here. Warriors. Chun Xiang looked at the people in the 3 cities. All of them were filled with killing intent. One look was enough to tell that they were people who fought regularly. Chun Xiang used the Dao Heart Eye to observe and discovered something that looked like a red shadow. The evil spirit race is actually here as well. Chun Xiang's heart skipped a beat. He was worried that there might be an undead divine race inside that could figure out where he was. Strange. Why are the powers of these guys from the Sky Evil Road all white? Bai thinks that this power is pure. Chun Xiang frowned. Although the people from the Evil Heaven Road looked STU, are DY and full of killing intent, they did not have that kind of evil feeling. In order to understand more about the people in the Tianxia Road, Chun Xiang decided to enter the world of the Avenue and take a look. Chun Xiang used the counter power, but was not discovered. He teleported in front of the huge red door of the Evil G, D Realm, and entered. Pa-S. Sing through the red light curtain. Chun Xiang saw a bright world. There's a sun, and it's very bright all around. There's no evil energy. Chun Xiang looked around. This place was extremely desolate, were all those weathered giant rocks without any flowers or trees. At the same time, many black-armored, burly men stepped onto a road filled with broken stones, entered Evil Heaven's Gate, and headed towards Devil Wasteland. Chun Xiang could see the people in the heavenly evil world from up close. They were not bloodthirsty barbarians. What exactly is the heavenly evil world like? Chun Xiang was at a loss. The feelings these people gave him were not bad, but why were there such dense killing intent? After careful observation, he confirmed that these people were not zombie puppets. This was because their eyes were all filled with emotion, but all of them were filled with sadness and anger. There must be something wrong with that. Chun Xiang looked into the distance. There were a lot of big men that were preparing to enter the Devil Wasteland, and their claps were extremely long. Chun Xiang estimated that there were at least 100 million of them. He followed the direction in which they had come. He could already see something in their eyes. He felt that they were all being coerced. Their faces were all filled with a look of reluctance. Not long later, Chun Xiang teleported. He was already far from the gigantic red light screen and entered the depths of heavenly evil world. At this moment, he sensed a very dense qi and felt that this qi was very familiar. The aura of a dragon. There's a dragon scolding here, and this aura is very strong. Is there a dragon fighting? Chun Xiang was suspicious as he followed the aura and teleported. After teleporting away, he was suddenly stunned. In front of him was a very large lake, and this lake was extremely thick as black blood. Dragon blood. A huge lake full of dragon blood. He took a closer look and discovered that there were many people soaking in the lake. All of them only had one head exposed. At this time, some people walked up from the lake and lined up to Pa-S. S through a Pa-S. Sage on the S-H. O-R-E. If there was water in the Pa-S, sage, the dragon blood would be washed clean. After these people washed the dragon blood on their bodies, they would put on a set of black armor and then walk towards the gate of heavenly evil. The warriors that Chen Xiang saw previously all came out from the dragon blood lake. Now he understood why these warriors' killing intent was so dense and why they looked very strong. Just what dragon's blood is it, with such a strong killing intent? Chen Xiang watched from a distance in the air. He felt that this heavenly evil world was very strange. Suddenly, a mournful dragon's roar could be heard from afar. A giant golden dragon was wrapped in a giant net, its body covered in wounds. The enormous golden dragon was over 30,000 zhang in length. Its head was exposed to the outside, and the net that bound the golden dragon was extremely powerful. Just when Qin Xiang was surprised, a red light flashed. He saw that the dragon head had been cut off and the dragon blood gushed out from the neck. What the heck is going on? Qin Xiang looked at the head of the golden dragon, floating in midair, and looked at the dragon blood that was cascading down like a waterfall. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thinking that the fate of a dragon in this heavenly evil world was actually this tragic. He began to search for the fellow who had attacked just now. Earlier, he was only able to catch a sword, but he did not see any shadow. Found it. Using the Dao Heart Eye, Qin Xiang saw that a black object was quickly moving. He immediately chased after it in the direction where the golden dragon had floated earlier. Qin Xiang knew how to teleport, so he was very fast and very soon he caught up. He saw that it was a man in black with scales on his face. This guy is a draconian. Chen Xiang immediately confirmed it, and there's even a very dense wave of evil qi on his body. Qin Xiang continued to carefully follow the evil dragon man, although he was constantly teleporting, but he controlled himself very well and did not emit any spatial undulations, so the evil dragon man that was being followed did not notice him. Qin Xiang followed for more than an hour when he suddenly heard a dragon's roar, and at the same time, a wave of scorching qi rushed over. Fire dragon! Qin Xiang was sure that there was a fire dragon fighting in front of him. These guys are hunting dragons everywhere to strengthen their warriors. Qin Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword and quietly followed behind the evil dragon person. He had already made preparations for battle and was considered to be very familiar with dragons. As long as they were not evil dragons, he could talk about them whenever he saw one. He had interacted with many dragons before. Now that there was a fire dragon in front of him, he would definitely save it. 4 black hairs, human S. Qin Xiang looked ahead. 4 powerful black hairs, human S, were controlling a gigantic web that trapped the gigantic fire dragon that was covered in scales and wounds. The evil dragon man in front should be ahead. Let's kill him first. Qin Xiang took a deep breath and transformed the heavenly magic sword into a 9 Xiao Ji, Di Bao. Not only did the Jiang Dao power have a great effect on black hairs human, it was also very useful against extremely evil people. Qin Xiang guessed that the evil dragon man he was following was a Dao sovereign, but he was only at the first or second stage of the Dao sovereign realm. Let's give it a try. Qin Xiang pulled on the bow and released a wave of Jiang Dao power. It said through the 10-stage Tao profound door and formed an arrow. Because the power was too strong, even if he used counter-power stealth, it would still reveal his qi, causing the evil dragon person to be on guard. So what if you find out? I'll still kill you. Qin Xiang thought to himself. Then he activated a large wave of primitive Tao power S from the primordial profound gate and gathered them on top of the arrowhead. Go to H-E-L-L, evil thing. Qin Xiang released the bowstring, and in the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through the body of the evil dragon man who was Russ. H-I, plussing over. The arrowhead formed by the primitive Tao power broke through the barrier formed by the astral qi and penetrated through the enemy's dragon armor. Boo! Oh. After breaking through the defense, the arrow body formed by the Jiang Dao power exploded, turning the evil dragon man into powder. C2601. See 2601 after getting rid of the evil dragon people. The remaining black hairs human S did not pose much of a pressure to Qinxiang. After shooting a few arrows, he killed all the black hairs human S in one breath, then destroyed the huge net and saved the fire dragon. After the giant net was destroyed, the fire dragon's body flashed with a burst of flame and then gradually shrank, becoming a handsome youth. Thank you, big brother, for saving us. The fire dragon anxiously thanked Qinxiang. Ibdu, it's nothing. Qinxiang laughed, then patted his head. My name is Qinxiang. What about you? Long Run. He looked at the dead black hairs human. He was extremely afraid of that kind of black hairs human, but he was killed by the human in front of him just now and the evil dragon man that flew over. Elder Brother Shin, you're really strong. Those guys are very scary, but you can easily kill them all. I didn't think that there would be a strong human like you in our world. Long Run looked at Qinxiang with reverence. Is that so? I have been in seclusion for too long, so I do not know much about this world. Qinxiang asked. Although Long Run looked like a teenager, he must have lived for a long time and knew a lot of things. Let's move somewhere else to think about it. They just died here, so it won't be long before someone comes to check. Long Run was extremely vigilant. Soon after, Qinxiang followed Long Run and flew a long distance, arriving in a forest. Long Run was very cautious throughout the entire journey, but he was very worried, as though he was afraid that some strong guy would catch up to him. However, after arriving at the forest, he let out a sigh of relief. The environment of this forest was very good. The ground was covered with soft GRA, S, and there were many beautiful flowers blooming in the forest. A burst of fragrance wafted through the air, refres. Plussing one's mind. Right? The dragon clan should be very powerful. Why would you be afraid of them? Qinxiang asked. He felt that as long as there was a dragon with long Jiuxiao strength, it would not be as miserable as it was now. Our dragon D has already died. He died from poison. Long Run sighed. Poisoned to death? Qinxiang's heart jumped. Previously, Long Jiuxiao was also poisoned, but he was saved by him. They are the most outstanding existences in the dragon race. Ever since they died, our dragon race's days have not been good. And up till now, it is the evil dragon race that ruled over the entire world. And most of us have been captured and killed. There are already very few of us left. Long Run said sorrowfully, if the dragon race still had powerful dragons, then they wouldn't have been captured and killed by a small dragon like him. This showed just how weak the dragon race was right now. Now, Qinxiang already knew that the strongest in this world was that evil dragon race. Is that fellow I killed a member of the evil dragon race? Qinxiang asked. He did not expect that not all of the life forms in this so-called heavenly evil world were evil. Yes, it's an evil dragon man. It has the blood of an evil dragon and a human. Long Run said, they are very strong. The Tao Qi is becoming more and more powerful. So these people who train in the evil Tao are becoming more and more powerful. And because many people accidentally absorbed the evil Qi from the Tao, they gradually became evil demons. Qinxiang did not realize that the Tao energy here contained any evil spirit force. He did not know if it was because of his 9-yang profound heart, or if it was because of it he was able to purify the evil spirit force. What about the humans here? Qinxiang asked. I saw a lot of humans being driven to a lake before, and there were dragon blood everywhere in the lake. AI. Long Run sighed. This world has been completely ruled by the evil dragon race. They now need a group of warriors, so they just have to kill the dragons everywhere, using our dragon blood to create some evil warriors, which is the group of humans you saw. They all sold their souls and are at the mercy of the evil dragon race. We can't blame them, after all. They are doing it for their own families. However, what they do not know is that right now, under the control of the evil dragon race, their families are slowly walking down the evil path, and not long after, they will become an evil demon. Chunseong was sure that this world was not like this in the first place. It should be the same as the natural law world. And the person who intervened in this world was obviously the D of Heaven's path. Elder Brother Shin, there is another place here called Divine Spirit Place. There is a group of very powerful humans, but they are all very arrogant and do not care about the matters of this world. I heard my Dragon Clan's elders say that these humans have an agreement with some fellows. They won't interfere in the evil Dragon Clan's atrocities. I went to Divine Spirit Place once before, but was chased out. They used all kinds of ways to make things difficult for us and didn't let us stay in there. When Chunseong heard the word D, he immediately thought of natural law, Divine Spirit, and his group of people. He felt that the person inside Divine Spirit Place was the same. How many members of the Dragon Clan do you have left? Long Run asked. Long Run also looked pitiful at this moment, as he had almost been beheaded. Not much, and it's all us small dragons. I'm the big brother now, and in order to protect them, I had to lure away those fellows who came to search for them. In the end, they were arrested. They should be fine now. Long Run was very worried about the other members. Take me to them. I'll take you to a safe place. Chunseong smiled at him. You should trust me. My life was saved by the elder brother Shin. Of course I believe in you. They are nearby. I will bring you there right now. Long Run said. Chunseong followed Long Run to a huge tree and entered a tree cave. From the tree cave to the underground chamber, there were more than 20 children, both male and female, all of them being small dragons. Big brother, you're finally back. Those bad guys didn't hurt you, right? A cute little girl ran over and said in her childish voice, I was almost killed. It was all this elder brother Shin who saved me. Long Run touched the little girl and laughed. Ah, elder brother Shin is so strong. Thank you for saving our big brother. The little girl raised her head and looked at the tall Chunseong. Chunseong chuckled and rubbed her little face. At this time, the other small dragons were also babbling with grat. 1, 2 to Chunseong. Chunseong let all these children enter the Yao Mountain Villa and had Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin take care of them. When they returned to the natural law world in the future, he would take them there. Long Run, take me to Divine Spirit Place. Chunseong said he wanted to go there and see. The Divine Spirit Place must know a lot of things, and seeing as what was happening here, it must be under the orders of the D of Heaven. Long Run treated Chunseong as a strong ranker that had hidden himself. Furthermore, he was very respectful to Chunseong, and was also curious why Chunseong wanted to go to Divine Spirit Place. However, he did not dare to ask. C. 2602. C. 2602 under Long Run's guidance. Chunseong used teleportation to quickly arrive outside of Divine Spirit Place. This place has a very powerful barrier. Chunseong only had to be outside to feel the strong force of the barrier in front of him. The force of expulsion was so strong that no one dared to get close to him. Yes, that enchantment was created later on. Before the evil dragon race ran amok, there was no such enchantment at all. And once they set up that enchantment, the evil dragon race would come out. I wonder if they had anything to do with it. Long Run didn't have any good impression of the Divine Spirit Place. Chunseong could guess a few things, but this matter was too complicated, and it would be difficult for him to tell Long Run that he allowed Long Run to enter Yao Mountain Villa. Hence he had suffered some heavy injuries before and needed to rest. Long Run had told him before that he did not need to force his way in. There was a door that he could go through, but when he went in, someone would question him, and they would even ask him for some things to enter. Chunseong would definitely not enter from the door. He immediately used a white tiger leap to enter the Divine Spirit Place, and was not discovered by anyone. After entering, he found that it was still a forest, but the spirit Dao Qi did not contain any evil spirit Qi. This was what Long Run said. Using the Dao Hard Eye, Chunseong could see that it was not as dark as before. Divine Spirit Place? Could it be that the people here are all the same as natural law divine spirit? Chun Xiang thought, after all, the two worlds were similar. There was a dragon and a human, and this place was called Divine Spirit Place. There must be a divine spirit. As he walked quickly through the mountains, he soon saw a bustling market. There was a very large city inside. This place is indeed different from the outside world. Chun Xiang entered the city and walked on the streets. Everyone here was living a good life and was not threatened at all. Chun Xiang inquired about it, but he did not find out how he would be able to see the powerful Gods inside. But he had heard that the evil dragon prince of the evil dragon race was already here, and they were even preparing to auction a small dragon. It was said that this small dragon was a princess of the dragon race, and its appearance was that of a 10-year-old little girl. Once Chun Xiang found out about this, he would definitely take action, let alone the evil dragon prince who was doing this. The evil dragon prince is actually here messing around. The guy in charge of this place must definitely be one of the SCU, bags with the evil dragon clan. Chun Xiang was secretly angry in his heart. The currency used to trade here was a medicinal herb called the Profound Opening Fruit. Eating this fruit would help open up the Tao Profound door, and every household had planted this fruit tree, so they would need to use their Tao energy to cultivate it before they could grow it quickly. It was said that as long as one ate enough, they would be able to open up the Tao Profound door, and this fruit could only grow in the Divine Spirit Place. Chun Xiang had already used some of his pills to exchange for a few profound opening fruits for Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin to cultivate. In order to enter the auction house, Chun Xiang hurriedly refined a Dao Jio, D-Emperor Yuan Dan, and sold it to the shops inside the Divine Tower, letting the people inside know that he was of Bli status and that he was an alchemist. Only then did he gain the qualifications to enter, and that the Dao Ji, D-Emperor Yuan Dan, was also exchanged for 100,000 profound fruits. However, buying a dragon clan princess was far from enough. He asked some people, and it was said that they could sell it for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. The auction would start soon, and Chun Xiang would definitely not be able to get that many open profound fruits in a short amount of time. So he planned to use a strong and unyielding method to save the dragon clan's little princess. Let me see if I can lure the big shots of Divine Spirit Place out during this operation. Chun Xiang had this plan. The reason the evil dragon prince came here to sell the little princess was obviously to collect more profound opening fruits, so that his Tao Profound door could grow even larger, so that he could become stronger. On the second day, Chun Xiang successfully entered the auction house. Upon entering, Chun Xiang sensed a lot of evil qi. One of them was only owned by an evil dragon. He could distinguish it, but he did not know the others. Other than that, he also found that there were a lot of other evil people here. It's really chaotic to see such an evil guy in the Divine Spirit Place. From the looks of it, all the forces of the evil way are hidden here. What exactly is going on? Chun Xiang was very suspicious in his heart. He decided to stay here for a while longer, to properly clean up the evil forces inside. This auction was not only afraid of selling the little princess of the dragon clan, but it would also sell other things. Chun Xiang also had an auction book, but he was not interested in anything. After an hour, it was finally the turn of the dragon clan's little princess. The little princess was currently sealed inside a round crystal ball. She was dressed in white as she hugged her knees and curled up. Her cute face was filled with sadness. Her eyes were already red from crying. She looked like she was only a little over 10 years old and could be considered a little dragon. Moreover, her parents had died horribly and had been taken away. This was a nightmare for her. Chun Xiang had already sensed that the Divine Spirit Tower had a few strong auras. All of them were Tao Sovereign's cultivations, so they were not worried about people stealing things here. Once they stole something, it would be very difficult to leave the Divine Spirit Tower. At this time, the bidding began. Many people were very interested in this little princess of the dragon race, and there were evil experts and righteous experts that bid. The compet 1. Tie-in was fierce, and soon it rose to 70 million. Soon after, it broke through to 100 million. Chun Xiang noted that the person who kept increasing the bid from beginning to end was a young man, and was not evil, but from the looks of it, it seemed that this divine spirit place had a very high position. Otherwise, he would not be able to take out that many profound fruits. Over 100 million. That's a lot of HOA writing. If they are the descendants of GODS, opening more profound fruits is useless because their Tao profound Doras have all been restricted. Chun Xiang guessed that the man was a descendant of the divine spirit. 130 million deal, the host shouted. Everyone felt a little regretful. Such a delicate dragon princess would definitely be ruthlessly destroyed in the future. And Chun Xiang also saw the youth who had slapped the dragon princess, revealing a very sinister smile. It was easy to guess what he was thinking at this moment. However, just as the young man went up and took out a storage bag to trade with, Chun Xiang secretly channeled a strong burst of spatial energy, which was released by the 10 great Tao Profound Doras. The energy directly broke through the barrier above the auction stage. "Pa-us," said the crystal ball that sealed the dragon clan's little princess and teleported the little princess into the Yao mountain villa. After Chun Xiang finished, he was sure that he had not been discovered. At this moment, the entire venue exploded into a flurry of discussions. The little princess had actually disappeared.